Lord Ancient. So you missed some. Why don't you just jump in the right channel? You are literally, you have permission to be in any one of these channels except one.
Except for that one.
It says you have bromance permission. I don't know what to tell you.
It gives me the big stop sign. It gives me the big nope.
Well, everyone, we're close. We're about to start our epic bromance. This is my man Jason, aka Slow Fuse Gaming. This guy is the literal man.
The literal, no, I beg to differ. You are the literal man. But hello, everybody.
I want to thank everyone who watched me paint some crazy ass orc chevrons and checkers. Basically painting an Ironware's orc biker today. That was very difficult. I also want to thank all the new subscribers and donators. Truly appreciate it. And remember, we're about to flood this man's stream with some love. So when I click over to him, when I host him,
God, please.
you're gonna want to click on his link. You're gonna want to actually click on Slow Fuse's link and go to his page. Because if you watch from this page, like no one's gonna see you in chat. So you're gonna want to wait for the host. Then you're gonna want to click over, and then you're gonna want to show Slow Fuse Gaming some love.
Oh God, it's coming.
And I'm gonna be joining him on his channel for a little bit, so nothing's gonna change.
All right. God, do I have everything?
I've got two kinds of wet in my pants.
Do I have everything? Welcome, welcome, people.
Host
Glorious
engaged.
Pipples. Glorious Pipples. The Pipples of Kenny.
We did it.
The next level painting crew. What's happening, Kenny? How'd the stream go?
Good stream today. Real casual. Kept it kind of chill.
I liked it. I saw some good shit happening.
Worked on some bullshit I didn't want to work on, but I did it.
Freaking dumber.
Yep.
Freaking dumber.
He's all, do this, do that. I'm your supervisor.
Freaking dumber. The world needs fewer supervisors. More doers, less managers.
No doubt.
Hashtag more doers, fewer managers. This is a doghouse.
Two kinds of wet in my pants.
It's a doghouse. Synaps, thank you so much for the host. Welcome, guys. Hey, Oakley.
Oakley, are you Team Jen or Team Jason?
Sal Dog, yeah, we don't ask. Don't ask. Everybody's just gonna run in and be like hashtag Team Jen. I'm already ready. I'm just already prepped. My head's right for everybody doing the Team Jen thing. It's even in the title of the stream now, hashtag Team Jen. So it's the way it goes.
It's basically why everyone checks in.
Nick P1, what's going on? What's going on, everybody?
Hey, Cosmic Cubicle.
Manglement. That's all management does is mangle it. Mangle it up. No bueno. Team J. Now he's hedging all the bets.
Playing it safe today.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, look, Popus UK Team Jason. Got a little bit of hashtag Team Jason's in here. Big Rozer.
Who's the one who said Team J?
That would be Oakley Brave. He's riding the fine line of diplomacy. He's Switzerland. Switzerland on the fence. He's like, I don't know about all this.
Sense of fear of commitment there.
They sent for game. What's going on? John Bingham, what's happening? Love you some Hazard
Team
Strike.
both.
Team, yeah, there you go. Hashtag team both.
Oh, Big Roger. So sweet.
I think they're lying. They're lying. They just want to see me do something today. They don't want me to get bent out of shape right out of the gates. So what do we got in store for everybody today? Welcome, welcome. If you're coming over from Kitty's. If you're not coming over from Kitty's, I have no problem. I have no idea what's wrong with you. I don't know what your problem is. Why haven't you been hanging with Kenny for the
You
last
missed
3
out.
hours? I don't even know how you do that.
Friday is unique because Friday is your tutorial day.
Friday is all tutorials all day. Like literally. Kenny preaching the faith and the gospel there and showing you all the goodness. And then you get to come to me and I scrape the bottom of the barrel and try to pick up the pieces and show you some other stuff. Right? He taught me all my secrets, so I got to I gotta make stuff up
all
on
your
the fly.
tutorials on YouTube to learn how to airbrush.
I spent all day at the freaking art supply store going through the old lady craft book part to see if I could figure out something new to tell people, you know. So asking old retirees at Hobby Lobby what they do for their spare time. Came up with some good stuff. We're gonna do some scrapbooking today. We got some scrapbooking. We're gonna punch out some little leaves, and we're gonna put little leaves in a book around a photo of your granddaughter. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be freaking awesome.
If you ever did a stream about that, I'd be so happy.
Dude, I might just pull it out one day, but I don't mean that. I mean that's kind of weird.
It's a family show.
That's kind of weird that we just kind of went there, but that's kind of weird. But
I mean, I've been looking for tips on how to upgrade my scrapbooking game for years.
hey, dude, don't even try. You know, it's hard to get your scrapbooking game on this level. See, my scrapbook is actually a house that like folds open like a what if a Jack in the Box? What if you had this thing as like a what are those things? Music box.
Yeah.
It could make a music box of terrain. So yes, you can see we're doing terrain today. We're going to show you some budget ways to make awesome terrain, to fill tables up, whether you're playing at your house or at your local gaming store that's a little light on terrain and all sorts of stuff. So we're going to show you how you can take basically cheap-ass components and make really cool stuff. This is, I don't know, this probably cost 25 cents, maybe, to make this house. Craft paints, cheap-ass craft paints, foam core board, cereal box tops for freaking shingles, and some balsa wood. Yep, there you go. House. House. And you got a house. So we got a house. We're also going to show, I'm not going to show you how to make these specific things. We'll make some new stuff. Got a clock tower I'm working on. All the same stuff. Foam core board. A little bit of balsa wood. A little bit of plastic card for clock hands. Clock hands, if I can find the clock hands. A little bit of plastic card. Nothing fancy. Literally craft store, cheap ass 50 cents a bottle Hobby Lobby paints.
What is the stone made out of?
What's that?
What's the stone made out of?
Foam core, baby.
Is that just you going in there and just jacking up foam core?
You got it.
Damn.
You got it. I'm gonna
Did you get the texture on it? Did you spray some like hairspray on it to get that texture or something?
No, I just tore it up a little bit more than I normally do. You know, like on the brick, we kept the brick a little bit smoother, so it doesn't have the same texture on it. But went in and it was a little harsher on the foam core this time.
That is an ancient Chinese technique right there.
Yeah, and plus the cheap ass craft store paints, you can slop them on a little heavier. We'll get into it. They give it a lot more texture just because they're crappy paints. Wow. But crappy paints work wonderful for freaking natural textured terrain. So
that's true.
So we're gonna show you all the tricks in the trade, and but put away the old stuff because we're gonna talk to everybody a bit. We're gonna take a look at something that got posted over on the site for some user picks because Viking Teabagger the other night asked us about glazing. He was actually asking how can I get the leather that he was making. I have the light on there.
Whoa.
He was ah! Let there be light, right?
Bright light.
But okay, wait a minute. Let's answer some questions before chat gets completely out of hand here. What do we got here? What do we got here? Everybody just saying hi. Hello. Hi.
Hi.
Hey, D. Kratesberg. Yori. What's happening? Everybody else. Heridu. What's going on? Team J-Gen. See, that's cheating too.
Yeah.
This whole diplomacy thing is almost more angry than just Team Gen.
Look at right above where your mouse is right now.
Dealer of Death.
Synapse.
What is? You should let Jen paint one day. I agree. I agree. And actually, believe it or not, we have a plan for this. We do have a plan for this. You guys are going to be pleasantly surprised coming up here pretty soon because we got some secret stuff happening in the background. with the wonderful Miss Jen and some miniature goodness. We're also going to get her to build some terrain. So she's learning tonight too, and then we're going to stick her in front of you and let her build terrain, and then I'm going to go take naps. Remember, that's the whole point of this is to train the woman so that I can take naps. Just straight napping all day. Wake up, a little bit of breakfast, right? Straight napping. Wake up a little bit later, peanut butter sandwich, back to napping. Right? Maybe read some paper, maybe read some Black Library books, you know. Pick my feet up, eat some bonbons, straight napping. Get up, gonna have to come in here and tell her it's time to stop streaming so she can make dinner. Feed myself, back to napping.
And just like that, the women's movement is set back like 50 years. That's fine.
Wait. You mean by you working and us taking naps, it gets flipped?
See, I don't understand what she's talking about. It was the whole she had to make dinner thing that I think derailed.
Yeah.
I think I was going good until it was I gotta come make her stop working so that she can go to
because
work.
it sounds like I'm doing all the work for you.
Hey, I'm napping.
Yeah.
We are the weaker of the sexes, and we require you to take care of us.
I got a nap. I mean, right? A man has to nap.
All right, Slow. I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna go do some things, post some videos, and while you're about to post Viking Teabagger's pick, right?
I'm gonna show you guys some of Viking Teabagger's work. He took some stuff that we taught straight on stream and immediately put it into action and was just blew me away how great it looked.
I saw it earlier.
On his first try.
It's phenomenal.
Yeah, just phenomenal stuff. Good stuff. All right, Kenny,
guys,
man, take it easy.
Peace out.
You're the man.
You're the man.
You're the man.
Wait. No, you're the man. Where's my freaking mouse? I can never find it. Where's that bastard? Like, no idea what that even is. Don't even know what that is. Alright. So, yep, the cloak for Viking. That's the whole idea. You got to see it in Kenny's stream? Well, why are you showing it to Kenny? What? Well, then I don't have to show it.
I want to see it.
I don't have to show it. You got to hit the hey Sal, whatever. Ditching us. Alright, yeah, so we're going to show it off. If you guys had not seen this before, what we were doing is the other night, Viking was asking about how to get... Let me pull up the first one here. Yeah. He was asking how to get some work done on his leather and to get some of the transitions, right? Let's look at this. So here we had his original shading, which looked really good, right? I mean, the browns are really good. He worked them up into some khakis. He did some washing on the browns, and then he came up and layered that with the whatever this color is, getting up into more of a drab, a khaki or olive drab into the top. But as you can see on leather, you want to try to stay away from really dark transitions to light transitions like this. It's good, and it has a really good contrast, but the lighter you go, he was wondering, how am I going to get another stage lighter on this to detail it out? If you do it, it starts looking like a hard surface, right? Because it's too much contrast for fabric. Fabric just doesn't shade the same way as like a metal or a stone or something that's a hard surface. So, what he did is asked us what would make it better, and I told him to glaze it with his mid-tone. If you guys saw this, look at that. Look at that. Look how his transitions are so smooth on that now. Freaking awesome. Amazing job. I'm always afraid when somebody's got a really cool looking project to teach them something new right in the middle of it, because you know it's always like, oh yeah, great, I'll try that. Nah, I just ruined my freaking coat. But no, he nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. And then was all barking at me about, like, how am I going to do the buttons on the cloak? Really, man? And then he comes back with this. Really?
Oh.
Really? Like, you
that
needed,
looks so
you needed to worry about how you were going to do the buttons and stuff on the cloak? Come on, man. Look at that. Freaking awesome. Got some non-metallic golds going on there that look really good. Really good. Yeah. Things coming out really, really nice. Smoothed out all the gradients on it. Freaking fantastic work, Viking. Love to see it. You had the man of no fear literally just jumped right in there. What do we got here? Oh, this is the bases that are getting made with the seppuku, happy seppuku stamps. The good stuff. So let's make some terrain. That's what tonight's all about. The heck with miniatures. Nobody needs to know anything about the miniatures. They need to know how to play with the miniatures. All right. So terrain, the wonders of terrain. I guess before we get going, I should talk about the fact that all those pictures are over on my website, slowfusegaming.com. You can go over to the community photos section, community gallery, user gallery, whatever the hell I call it, and upload your photos at any time. The photo that has the most user upvotes in our catalog there on the gallery, Wednesday to Wednesday, gets a free VIP point. Hey, Von Badger, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Happy Friday night to you. So you can upload your stuff there anytime. It's better to start fresh on Wednesdays when we do work in progress Wednesdays. Every time we take a break, we take a look over at what you guys have got going on. We give helpful hints. We stare in awe and drool at all of your awesome painting. It's a great way for the community, for you guys to show off and get some help if you've got questions on your color schemes or how to do a certain thing, just like Viking did. We helped him out and it turned out beautiful. So you can always go over to slowfusegaming.com, upload your photos. From Wednesday to Wednesday, the one with the most upvotes will get a free VIP point. If you're not familiar with how our channel works here, VIP points allow you to enter into raffles for all of the cool giveaways that we do. If you look up top right now, we are working on a critical mass target of a Space Marine Raven Wing detachment. English is hard for me today. That Raven Wing detachment is this bad boy. So it is 10 land speeders. One of them is the Master of the Raven Wing. You've got 3 dreadnoughts with assault cannons and 2 scout squads. 2 5-man scout squads with sniper rifles and heavy bolter attachment. So 23 models in total, all fully painted and based, ready to go. And as soon as we hit the $600 donation mark, that gets given away along with a full soft case, an army transport case with all the foam to house these guys. So all that's yours, mailed anywhere in the world as soon as we hit $600. But in order to be eligible, once we hit $600, you've got to have VIP points. And VIP points are earned by, like I just told you, post your photos over on the website, get voted up, which means go and vote often, vote early, all that kind of good stuff. The person with the top amount of votes there, whether it's somebody that just like Viking who did something really cool, tried a new chip and trick, and somebody really loves that and upvotes that, or if it's just some amazing model, upvote it all you can, and the person with the most gets a VIP point that they can use against a drawing like this. You can also earn VIP points through donations. You can go to our donation tabs down below, and for every $5 you donate, you get 1 VIP point. You can also just watch. The more you watch, the more slow bucks you build up, and right as we hit the end, and sometimes in between, Jen will run funny like challenges, and we give away VIP points for other fun stuff, random raffles. But always as we hit the critical mass target, like in this case, that $600 donation mark, as soon as we hit $600, we do a drawing in the channel for a VIP point or 2 sometimes. So you can get them for free, you can get them for donating, you can get them for posting really cool models, you can get them for just being cool, basically, and give you really good chances to win all sorts of cool stuff. As a matter of fact, I just mailed out an absolute crap ton of stuff to people today. We gave away a Winsor Newton Series 7 brush set. We gave away, that was 3 brushes, a 0, 00, and a 1 Series 7 brush. That went to Richter Scale Studios. We gave away a Army Painter hobby set, beginner set, the $70 kind of all you need to get going, cutting mat, paint, brushes, tools, all that kind of stuff. We gave that away. That went to Killing Time Painting up in Canada. We gave away a Soul Drinkers veteran squad that I painted up for White Dwarf. I think that was the first giveaway we did, right? Yeah, I think that was the first giveaway we did. LT won that, so that got shipped off to him. Gave away some Troll Bullets miniatures, gave away an Infinity box set. All sorts of stuff went out today to all of those winners. So, yeah. So all you got to do is be here, be cool, participate, help the channel out, earn your VIP points, and good stuff to everyone, eventually, hopefully. Unless Yori's there, because Yori seems to win everything. We give away a lot of painted models. We gave away a painted commission for a Stormcast Eternal, Lord Celestin on Steed. We gave away a Malifaux box set painted. Yori Cassidon won, I think, the Malifaux box, and I think he also won the freaking Choose Your Own GW Getting Started box that he's given to his wife at Skaven. Holy crap. So as long as you can find a way to beat Yori up before every drawing, you have a chance at winning. As long as Yori's around, you're screwed. You're screwed. I don't even know what to tell you. He's got the system like he hacked. The Akulas are happening right now. Greenleaf Terrain Studios, far out. I love doing budget terrain, man. I mean, like anything, if you have to do budget terrain, you know, all day, every day, it becomes a hassle. But whenever you need to make a table, it's we're going to show you some hints and tricks and really cool stuff. Hey, Yukiyu, what's going on? Good to see you. And hey, Myrtle, hey, everybody. I'm not awesome. You're awesome, Synapse. What are you talking about? And Haradu asked a good question. What time are we starting the mega stream tomorrow? Great point. Glad somebody brought it up because I'm so out of my mind trying to get ready for tonight that I totally forgot. Tomorrow, we hit 3,000 followers this week. An amazing milestone for us. So blessed to have you guys help us get there. Now we've surpassed it. We're up to like 3,025 or something. But every follow makes all the difference to Jen and I. We love you guys. Sincerest from the bottom of our heart. We do this because you guys enjoy it, and that makes us enjoy it that much more. But tomorrow in a show of appreciation, we're going to have giveaways all day long that don't require VIP points. They're just going to be little odds and ends, miniatures, cool hobby supplies. I've got a brush set to give away. I've got all sorts of really cool stuff to give away during the day and night tomorrow. We're going to be going as long as I can possibly make it. And I'm going to start at noon. Let's say noon tomorrow Pacific. So 3 p.m. Eastern, 12 Pacific. And that'll give a good, that's probably about 8, 9 o'clock at night for a lot of the Europeans. I may get going a little bit earlier just to let some of our UK crowd get in that doesn't normally get to see me. But we're going to get started sometime noon or prior. I won't start doing giveaways until noon, though, or later. And we're going to be building a Space Marine Centurion. If you look up at the far right of your screen, up in the top, we also have a thing called the Convertorium, where once every now and then, I'm not going to say it's monthly because it depends on how long it takes me to finish the one before it, but once every now and then, you guys get to choose a cool miniature for us to build and to convert. And so what we're going to be doing this time, the one that won in the straw poll overall was a Space Marine Centurion that has a full Salamander's gear. So we're going to do a Centurion. I got all the Centurion bits ready to go. I got some heavy flamers from a Bale Predator, Blood Angels Bale Predator with the Sponson heavy flamers. So we're going to put heavy flamers on him and make all that look good. We're going to do some sculpting. I'm going to show you guys full armature up sculpting for the cloak. We're going to do the cloak out of Sculpey, and then we'll bake it, and then we'll come back and layer in scales on it, probably maybe with epoxy sculpt, so that we can get a lot of work done tomorrow. But we're going to do that. I haven't decided what all we're going to do. We're kind of just going to play it by ear. Whoever's in here in chat and egging me on is going to get to pick some cool details. But first thing we're going to do is build him. Then we're going to do some sculpting. All sorts of conversion stuff on him. Whatever you guys can think of for salamanders. And then when he's done, I fall out of my chair and go to sleep. So however long that takes. Might take 12 hours. Might take 24 hours. I don't know. But we're going to go for a long time. So I'm going to need lots of water and positive reinforcement for that one. Hey, Joe Darkblade, what's going on?
Joe Darkblade and Pixie and Shogun.
Hey, Cutthroat, it's Devonia. What's going on, man? What's going up, Devin? Cutthroat Cure is Devin on Facebook, buddy of mine, and he saw the clock tower that I was making and was asking, what does it take to make a clock tower like this? So part of what we're going to do is go through, how I, just take simple components and make stuff like this. Is not anywhere near done as far as painting goes. I'm just now starting to get base coats on it. But you can see that, got the clock faces done and all the main structures done, and it's all together nice and secure. So we're going to do some stuff with that. But first I want to kick off and start with some more modern terrain, right?
I just have to point out Babe Rouzer's Team Best Hobby Couple.
Team Best Hobby Couple. Holy crap. High five. High five. Hashtag Team Best
He has the long arms that time.
I think, yeah, right? You guys are actually the best. I mean, literally, when you know how it is. If you've got people that appreciate what you do, are inspired by what you do, help you by inspiring you in return, that's what is so great about this hobby. It's kind of a symbiotic relationship. You do stuff, People thrive on it. They show you stuff, gives you new ideas. You do it, and nobody gets bent out of shape. You know, I show somebody how to do something. They show me what they did with it back, and I might learn something in return. It really is the fact that you guys are out there soaking this up and then feeding it back to us that makes it worth doing. So kudos to you guys. Thank you so much. Makes all the difference in the world. Really. I wake up every day with a grin on my face, except some days. Like the other day, I didn't wake up with a grin. Was it today that the lawn guy?
Yeah.
What the hell? 6:30 in the morning, the neighbors are having their yard done. But other than that, I wake up with a smile on my face every day. Happy to just jump up and be able to be part of the hobby, and the fact that I get to share it with tons of people online. How could it get any better? Come on. Come on.
It's awesome.
Can't get any better with that. Sitting with Misty while she watches Breaking Bad. Well, there you go. You're good, because that show takes forever. Forever. Hey, Durthu, what's going on? All right, let's get down to business. So the first thing I want to talk about when you're making terrain is that while it can be inexpensive to make an individual piece of terrain, it can be a little daunting to know what kind of tools you need to get going. And a lot of that you just kind of find out willy-nilly as you're building, right? So you might see me do something here today, and you go out to the store and you buy some components, you get home and you go, oh, how do I turn that into what he did? I need XYZ thing that I don't have. I have a ridiculous amount of tools in my garage, from all the metalworking, motorcycle building, all the stuff I've done with my hands throughout my life. I have a good set of tools. So it's always been easy for me to kind of find something that works. But I can help you guys along by showing you what will make terrain building a lot easier the way that we're going to do it today. I'm not going to get into today, I might discuss a little bit, but I'm not going to get into like blue foam, pink foam terrain, only because it's really messy. It's something that you need a little bit bigger area to do unless you're doing small stuff, but we'll talk about it. So you won't see a lot of the tools that I use for that. Some you will, but they're really just scaled up versions of what I'm going to show you tonight, all right? What we're focused on tonight is how to get buildings done, not actual like table building. Does that make sense? Like, we're not going to make rolling hills and stuff like that. I'm going to show you how to make buildings and scatter terrain and things of that nature. So anyway, the first and foremost, you need stuff to work with foam. And when you're working with foam, you need sharp objects, which is great because you get to watch me cut myself and bleed. Fight. Here, you take one.
Yeah.
You get that one, and I'll take this one, and whoever bleeds first wins.
No!
She doesn't like that.
I thought you were giving it to me to protect you.
She doesn't like the fighting games. No. So
I don't like blood.
Two tools that I have in my arsenal that are pretty much invaluable, that are fairly inexpensive. I would say that between the two, they sell them at Hobby Lobby. So if you have 40% off coupons at Hobby Lobby, that's the best way to do it.
Every week.
I think that the angled one is like $17, so it'll be like $9 or $10 for this one. And what this lets you do is it'll do straight cuts or angled cuts. So I always have it permanently set up as a 45-degree angle, so you'll see it just kind of sits like that. And I'll show you why, but it's basically just a tool that will slice through and give us different depths based on the blade setting and all of that. So that's one you're going to need, is an angle cutter for foam. And these are a company called, what is this company called? Foam something or other. Foamworks. Foamworks. W-E-R-K-S, I think. Foamworks. So, yeah. Oh, that says right there. Foamworks. They're Foamworks straight bevel cutters. So you're going to need one of those. You're just going to have to grin and bear it and buy one unless you, just buy one. Because to say that, oh, I can take my X-Acto knife and cut a 45-degree angle in a straight line on foam cord, just don't do it. All right. This one is also by Foamworks. This is a straight cutter only, but it will go to a depth of about a ½ inch, so you can also use it on pink foam, on ½ inch pink foam. It basically has this silly dial on the back that you turn in either the up or the down part, and it limits how much cutting depth that blade has. See, it has very little, but then I can rotate it to where it goes all the way down. We'll cut through about a ½ inch. So this one's just done for straight cuts, and it's really cool because it has the spring-loaded head on it. Kind of a neat tool. All right, so those are foam tools. You're also going to need glues. Again, you'll see me using all these tools as we go through the night. Your machine doesn't like my stream. It keeps lagging and timing out. What? Here, let me see if I can real quick turn our stream settings down. Give me just a sec. I'll see if I can help you. Hold, please.
While you're doing that, Harold, you asked what the hobby mats are made out of?
Let me type this real quick. Let's go to... Let me see if this helps you any. You guys let me know if that blows our bit rate up. I just turned the bit rate down to see if anybody stops buffering. Okay, so what was the question now?
What are the hobby mats made out of?
The hobby mats. Which mats? This?
I think that.
This mat is just a self-healing freaking. It's almost like linoleum kind of surface. You can use linoleum too if you want. You can just go out to the hardware store and buy like seconds open boxes of linoleum tile. They work really well. You can get the 12x12s or the 12x18 tiles. They work awesome. But this was just a cutting mat that you get at this one's an Olfa cutting mat. I think I got it from my jewelry supply house. I make custom jewelry too, so just something I've had forever. As you can tell, it's dirty as hell. It's got like freaking bronze dust in it, all sorts of stuff. Hey, Forrest, what's happening?
And look at LT coming through with some links again.
LT is the man.
Foamworks.
The
The cutters.
Yep. LT is the man with the links when trying to find stuff on Amazon. He's got the quick fingers. Your credit card may or may not have purchased a copy of Space Hulk. Nice. Yeah, and you can buy flexible cutting boards for cheap. There is like a kitchen kind of a thing. You can do that as well. So.
I can ask the Google.
15% extra.
Yeah, he sells them at work.
Dr. One Pick. What you have, is that Drip or Dr. One Picks?
It looks like Drip.
Drip-X.
Drip-X.
I would love to make terrain, but you have styrofoam phobia?
Is it the sound? The sound of styrofoam and like when it squeaks?
That's why we're not going to use any styrofoam.
No
We're only using foam core. We're literally just using foam core board. So it's covered with paper, man, to hide all your phobias. You don't even know this is foam. It just looks like nice paper. And it's shiny on one side, too. I don't know why I got the shiny stuff this side. This is like dry erase foam core board. I've probably spent a fortune on that I didn't need to spend. Let's just pretend. Don't buy the dry erase foam core. Learn from Fuse. All right, some other tools. It's always good to have a miter box, a miter cutting box.
It's a real thing. It is a real thing.
Yeah, what?
Fear of styrofoam.
Oh, it is a real thing?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Well, then foam core
The
might be your thing.
texture and the sound.
It has paper
I've
on
heard
it, so
of
maybe
it.
we can get you past that.
Yeah.
All right. Good to have a cutting box, a miter box, only because you'll be, if you're doing balsa wood, if you want to cut shingles, you want to cut corners on, basswood planks, we're going to be doing some of that. The wood itself is cheap, like 29 cents a stick. You'll see if you want to cut round dowels to make poles or whatever. A miter box is always neat and handy because it'll help you with getting your angles right. A 45-degree angle that's really nice and easy to cut. And then just a tester's knife. Again, you can get these for like $3 on Amazon. These X-Acto blades. I think this one's made by X-Acto, and it's really just a hacksaw, hobby hacksaw. The miter box at Hobby Lobby is like $6. So again, there's some investment in it, but not a tremendous amount. A good file set is always a good thing, but because like I've got my metal, literally like my Mac tools for my garage. These are very expensive, but you can get away with everything from fingernail boards. Those what are those things called?
Nail files?
Nail files.
Emery boards?
Emery boards. The nail file Emery boards work because we're not working with anything very dense here. So you can, with Emery boards, you can do balsa wood, you can do foam core, you can do everything. A barbecue cleaning brush is always good. That's not what this is, a welding brush. Same thing, this is just for cleaning metal. A barbecue brush is usually something people have laying around their house that's the same version of this, just a little bit bigger. This is a neat way to get texture on stuff. We'll see that. Rulers. You're always going to need rulers, so I would always have on hand. This is the amazing red teacher ruler from Jen's room. And this is the little bitty ruler that I have, not from Jen's room. You're going to want a scratch-all or a stylus of some sort that you can scratch into stuff. This is literally just some weird brand, chrome vanadium scratch all from Taiwan. But all, not ALL, scratch all, made in Taiwan. But yeah, just something like this. This is a really neat, handy device. I'll be using this a lot tonight. It just will let you texture stuff, and it won't lose its point when you're doing what we're doing. This one's a little dull because I use it in the workshop. One other thing that I do for scratch all, I have this big brush of mine, this Grumbacher basing brush, this tank brush that I've had for years. I sharpen it in a pencil sharpener. So if you don't have a metal scratch all, you can just sharpen the end of one of your bigger brushes, like this, or even a smaller brush. You can just sharpen it in a pencil sharpener, and that'll give you the same thing. The only problem is that these will dull. Obviously, it's like a pencil. It's soft wood, so the more you work it, even though we're working it in foam, you can see this one, the edge is already chipped and broken, so that won't work very well for foam until I sharpen it again. And of course, every time you sharpen it, you lose a little bit more of your brush. So, but whatever. Who needs brushes anyway? Sharpies are good. Can't have too many Sharpies. Knives, very sharp objects, are also good. You probably want a cutting knife. If you're in this hobby, you have a cutting knife already, so you're going to use that. Carving tools are good. I use these with metallic clays and stuff that I use in jewelry making, but they work really well for plasticard. They're basically just, I don't know how much you're going to be able to see of that, but it has a groove. Yeah, you can kind of see there. Has a groove cutting in, right? That one's rounded, and I've got a V cutting tool as well. You can see that one. See how that cuts into a V groove? These are super cool for cutting details into plastic. Gosh, I wish I had. The last thing I did with this was a set of wings on an Infinity miniature that I was converting. So I scratched into the Plasticard metallic plate detailing. We'll do some of that. Plasticard. All sorts of plastic is always good. These are plastic tubes. This is stuff that you're always going to use. You're going to want plastic sheeting as well. Just your basic materials of the day. Plasticard, balsa wood, you know the drill, right? So you can buy Plasticard in sheet style. You can buy it in strips. You can buy it in tube. Planks, I-beams, all sorts of crazy crap. And then on top of that, balsa wood from your local hardware store or whatever, your Midwest Products kind of stuff. I just usually keep long square stock, and circular stock as well. So anyway, I'll give you the basics. Glue. Glue is probably the biggest thing that you have to have, because you're going to need to adhere all this crap together over the course of time. The only two glues literally that I use for terrain are PVA white glue. This is Woodland Scenic glue, and super glue. That's it. Ding, ding, ding. That's all. And I use less white glue than super glue. But technically, you can get away with just this until you start doing some of the stuff that we'll show later on. I use Gorilla Glue for everything. This is the more liquid. You can get the gel as well. I like the thicker gel is nice. Especially when working with terrain, because you don't have to use as much. But they're both good. But I exclusively use Gorilla Glue. So. How thick is a foam board? 3/16 LT. 3/16. And by the way, your soul drinkers, when they come to you, are going to come to you with your last name LT because you only gave me your first name. So I hope your postman doesn't think that that's the wrong person to be sending it to and send it back to me. Alright, let's get some of this stuff cleaned up so I don't cut myself, cut my fingers off. That would be nice. Tape measure. Look at this old Games Workshop tape measure. See? Look at me. I've been around. What else? Is there anything else? You probably are going to want like a rolling pin, a smooth kind of rolling device is always nice to have. I'll teach you that later in line. I don't know. We'll just get going. We'll figure out other stuff along the way. But the key is, obviously, playing on tables with terrain is the best thing. We love painted miniatures. That helps a ton. But above and beyond having painted miniatures, if you're just playing on your dining room table, it gets boring as hell. We want to be able to have obstacles, line of sight blocking. So for whatever your particular game is, there might be rules and restrictions for terrain. There might be settings for what level terrain counts as. Level 1 may be anything an inch and below. Level 2, 2 inches. Level 3, 3 inches. So you need to know about the game that you're playing before building terrain for it. Don't go all in and start building what you think is really cool and then get to your shop or play with your friends and have them go, that doesn't work. So there are some specifics, not so much with games like Malifaux. Infinity has some specifics with how it works for ITS, for the tournament format. So if you are producing terrain to use in tournament, again, I would check with the tournament sizing, find out the rules and regulations. Generally, that's going to be in your rule book someplace, or on your manufacturer's websites, things like that. That's just kind of a disclaimer that I like to throw out there, because a lot of times we'll make really cool stuff only to not be able to use it because the game itself doesn't allow for terrain that has certain features on it. Or in the case of Infinity, you can't have like roofs that don't have lips around the roof so that people could go prone and still shoot. For ITS, there's some crazy restrictions. So you just need to know all that. You ordered 2 W100 Wicked Reducers and they sent you 4011. Is that going to work? You should be sending that back, I believe. Read the side. Does it say it has ethanol in it? If it said, because the one that has ethanol says it does, right? That's the one you don't want. It's still okay for acrylic-based paints. That's what it's made for. But you're not going to want it, right? Yeah, I can't see. The only other ones are the 500 and the 100. But I think that's the one you don't want.
See the question about snow?
Which one?
Big Rouser asked, how would you make snow for bases and terrain? Are you going to get into that today?
How would I make snow for bases and terrain? I buy the Woodland Scenic Snow that comes in the big shaker bottle and just glue it down. Literally. The 100 stuff is good, Viking. And you can use the other ones. They're not going to ruin your paint. They're just going to dry out quicker, right? They tend to evaporate quicker, so if you're working for long periods of time in the airbrush, they're going to evaporate, and you're going to be left with just paint that then dries out. So you're going to, if you just use a little bit of paint in your airbrush and spray and are finished, then the reducer you've got to work fine. You might experience some tip dry depending on the weather. That happens a lot quicker. But other than that, it's fine. If you're like me and you like to do like an entire squad of dudes and do all of the fades and you're working your airbrush, for a long time, then you're going to find that you're going to have to add more reducer to the same cup of paint in your airbrush sometimes, because it will literally evaporate out of the paint. Yeah, it is water brushed, unless they've changed the numbers on me, but I don't think so. You want the W100. But the 4011 is good stuff. Don't worry about it. Use it. Okay. Okay, if they said it's replaced with the 4011, then use the 4011. It may be the exact same stuff. And the 500 may be now 4012. That may be what they've done. You see Pixie? She says Shogoth is standing next to the TV looking at it at the same time I was. Very cool. Alright, Shogoth, yeah, then it's the same stuff. Popcorn bags make the best cover until you eat all the popcorn, for crying out loud. Then what are you going to do? Alright, so the first thing I want to do is make some sci-fi terrain. Let's make some terrain that would be suitable for like Warhammer 40k, 30k, Infinity, things like that, right? Let's make like a bunker-style square building with the roof. How about that? We're just going to start with how to use. That'll be the best thing because it's just a square deal. No roof, no tile. We'll start there so you guys can get a feel for how you need to be working with foam core board, and then we'll just start kind of working up from that area. Feel free to ask questions at any time. Obviously, I'm just using a big chunk of foam core board like this. Ish. Really screws the camera up, doesn't it? That's kind of neat. Anyway, just a big piece of foam core board. So let's do this. The tricky thing with making buildings out of foam core is that you have quite a few decisions to make, okay? You can basically make them by cutting all of the individual walls out and then gluing it together like you would, and that's how I did this house. Let me show you that. Even though I said we're doing sci-fi. This is for our Malifaux board, and this is literally 4 pieces of foam core that I cut out, right? And I just glued them together individually into a square. I did it without a base, so it was really just because I cut it all at right angles to get it done quick. So it was easy to just put it together, super glue the corners, and be done. So I didn't angle cut the corners. I didn't do anything fancy with it. I literally was just mashing it together to get something up and running as fast as possible. Then it's just got balsa wood on the windows, things like that. So you can do that. You're going to be faced with this. See this edge here? See how the brick, even though I have etched the brick to be correct, you see I still have the parting line where the walls came together. I wasn't going to fill that in. I didn't care about it that much. It's still very strong, right? The building is going to be a strong. I will eventually put a base that I texture on it and either have grass or whatever. So that'll make it even more sturdy. But it's fine to build this way. It's a little more difficult because you have to wrangle 4 pieces together and make sure that you get it square and all of that. It's not super tough, but sometimes you can get it to dry kind of at a kinked angle, and then your roof and your base are going to be a little funky to put on. So I'm going to show you with futuristic buildings a way that you can do that, and then I'll also show you a method to create what I did with this one, because you can see here how this has got piece of foam core, what looks like another piece, what looks like another piece, and what looks like another piece, and you would think that that's maybe 4 pieces of foam core as well, and then the balsa wood. This is actually 1 piece of foam core wrapped around and just glued along one edge. And I'll show you how I created that, because if you're doing older world style buildings, or I guess we could do it with futuristic and maybe a different kind of tube on the side, but I just use square balsa, and I'll show you how you can cut, fold, and glue one edge, and then just cover your corners to give this timber look, right? So this is a really neat look. Same thing on the top. The top is literally, I don't know if you can tell, now you're not going to be able to tell, but the top is 1 piece of foam core folded around as well. So I'll show you that method, and then I'll show you, I'm not going to show you the cut 4 pieces method, because I think we all understand, right? Is it fair that everybody's going to kind of understand, okay, you fold 4 pieces, fantastic, great, life is good. So let's make a building. How big do we want our building to be? How about, well, let's measure how wide this is before I ask. I can make up to 18, well, that'd be good if it was actually about that size. Let's just, yeah. What can we do with 18 inches? We could do 6 by, no we can't, that's 12. That only leaves us with 6, it'll be 6 by 3. We can do 5, that's 10. 5 by 4? Sound good? Let's do a 5 by 4. We can make a 5 by 4 building with 18 inches, and that's what we got here. So let's do that. So 5 by 4, and how big are Infinity models anyway? Like 2.5 inches, right? Something like that. On a base, probably going to be 2 inches tall. Let's make it 3.5 inches tall, maybe. Yeah. So we're going to make it 3.5 inches tall. So the first thing we want to do is come in and start marking our foam core. So I'm just going to come in at the edge. You guys know how to measure. So 3.5 inches. I'm going to go 3.5 inches. Drag my tape measure along. 3.5 inches. 3.5 inches. I err on the side of caution and mark as many times as humanly possible. Inches and 1 more inch. Inches. So I can actually make sure I'm lining things up. As I'm working at this scale, it's going to be hard to get it all on cam, but bear with me. What's that?
Well, LT is on top of the Amazon game tonight. He's posting all kinds of links, some colored foam board. He posted your
Man, LT, you're a hero. You're a freaking hero.
And he said, after nights like this, I wind up with some weird things in my suggested items list.
Right? Because you're looking at all the crazy shit, right? Okay, so now with your foam cutter, if you buy one like this from Foamworks, the nice thing is that it has that stopper, so it'll only go so deep. So you want to always keep, I need to go up. Can't even get the up and down part right. Where's my other piece of foam core? I have a scratch piece of foam core that I always keep aside. It gives me, if I'm cutting small pieces, it gives me something to keep the cutter level on, if you can see that. So, like if I was cutting along an edge, this thing requires some balance, so you would just put it here, and then you can hold it as you cut along and pull the extra piece along and have it as a base. So I always just have a spare cut piece laying around. And eventually I use it for something and I have to cut another spare piece. So what you want to do is put it on the bottom and then push the blade down to make sure that you've got it set right to cut just through everything like that. You don't want to have it to where it goes, you know, a lot further than the cut needs to be. So you just want it to be just barely cutting all the way through. Since we are making a complete part here, we're going to separate this entirely. Right? So,
Hey, somebody likes us.
hey,
Yay.
who's that?
Hookah Dave.
Welcome. Thank you for the follow.
Hookah Dave.
Hookah Dave. Great name. Alright, so you just cut the foam core board, nice and easy. It's like cutting paper. I swear it's not like cutting styrofoam.
Not like cutting styrofoam.
It's not like cutting styrofoam, it's just paper. Alright, so. Pretty good edge. A little bit on the inside there, but that's going to be the inside of our building anyway, so we're good. Must have made a bad cut on the earlier one or something. Alright, so now what we want to do is, or did I make that as an angle cut? That's weird. Alright, so now we got a piece that equals the entire circumference of our building. This is 18 inches long. That's exactly how big around the building would be. So let me draw this out as we go. Oh god, don't fall. Too much shit everywhere. I literally have got way too much shit everywhere. A couple pieces of paper. Always good to have a plan. So draw out your plan if you can. Correct. Alright, so what we want to do is basically come in with a... Let's do a... Alright, so it's going to be 5 inches along the long side. It's going to be 4 inches across the short side. It's going to be 3.5 inches tall. Right? So the first thing you want to do is you're going to have 4 times 2. Right? Plus 5 times 2. That's how we get our 18, right? Because we got 2 5-inch walls, 2 4-inch walls. And that's outside dimensions, so we're good, because we're 18 inches long with this one, right? And then 3 5 is just the height that we cut. So simple math, easy to do. But now what we got to do is on the inside of the thing, and we're going to know what I'm using as inside because it's the shiny side. I don't know if you guys can tell that that's gloss. Anyway, doesn't matter. Pick a side. Hopefully you're not doing the stupid thing and buying the dry erase version like I did anyway. Because that's kind of stupid.
He is wrong-handed.
What? The camera's just backwards. What are you talking about? Yeah, I am. Whatever. Whatever, man. Pencil. Now, in order to do this in one wrap, like I said, we have 2 methods that we can do. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you the hard one first, okay? And then, or do I still have? Yeah, we'll just cut another one, right? We got another 18 inches. I'll show you the easy way first. Okay?
You can post this on your website.
Yeah. Yeah, Oakley. That's why we don't have music going tonight. Let's do this. From one end, you want to pick a wall side that you want to do first. And I am going to, let's see, if I want all of my corners to be good, then I'm going to divide one wall in half. So let's draw this out, because this is going to get difficult for me to explain to you guys. If we have one 18-inch piece that we're working from, right? That's what we've got here. The thing that you're going to want to do first is you're going to want to go, okay, well, I have a 5-inch wall, then a 4-inch wall, and then a 5-inch wall, then a 4-inch wall. That would be right, but the problem is then you wind up with a corner that you have to deal with. All of these corners will be solid. It's better if you make it to where one of these walls falls in the middle. So instead of a 5 here, we want to go 2.5, 4, 5, 2.5. Or I'm sorry, 4, 5, 4, 2.5. That makes sense to you guys? It's our same dimension, but we're taking one of the long walls, one of the 5-inch walls, and we're dividing it in half. So that when we fold all this up, all of our outside corners of the building look exactly the same. Right? We don't connect at a corner. We're going to be connecting in the middle of that 5-inch wall. Make sense? Everybody nod? Okay, good. Good. Even if you don't get it, just watch and miracle at the fact that somehow I pull this together out of my ass. That's good.
Have a good night, Oakley.
Oakley, out of here?
Oakley's
What?
leaving.
What?
Has to work tomorrow.
I don't like the sound of
but
that.
Stop by tomorrow, starting at noon Pacific.
Hopefully you have a job where
For the
having Twitch on is
Megastream.
okay. We're on all day tomorrow building Centurions. Alright, so there's a 2.5 section right there.
You nod.
What's that?
Nod.
Yeah, exactly. Alright, now we need a 4-inch section, remember, because we're going to alternate. So we go to a 4.
Hey, Netwolf.
Wolf, what's going on? Alright, it's Arts and Crafts Day with Fuse. This one's 5 inches. So we go again, and we go 5. Hopefully this math works. That would be great.
That's going to be 2 Central.
2 Central. Noon Pacific. 2 o'clock Central. 3 o'clock Eastern. 8 o'clock Greenwich Mean. If that's still a thing. I don't know what they call it anymore. I don't think they call it Greenwich Mean Time anymore. 4 inches after that. Oh, wait. 4, 5, 4. 4 inches after that. Miraculously, the last one should just be 2.5. If my old addled brain is still working.
Well, we're in Arizona, and we do what we want when it comes to daylight savings. And what we want is to not observe it.
Yeah, what she means is that we don't want to have anything to do with it.
We don't want to change our clocks here. We're too lazy for that. So we never change.
All right. And then we're just going to tell you that this is 2.5, even though you can't tell, but it is. Alright, so that's our wall. We've got our 5-inch wall divided up into 2 sections. Here's half of it. Here's a 4-inch end wall. Here's a 5-inch flat long wall. Here's a 4-inch end wall. And here's the other half of our 5-inch. The reason we did that is because each of these lines is going to be an outside corner of the wall, of the building. And we want all of the corners to be the same. So I'm going to do it the easy way first. Alright, I'm going to show you how that works. And these are going to be the outside. The, oh, do I really want that? No, I need to do that on the other side. We're going to do this the easy way. Damnable hell. Forgot.
There's someone else is saying they're lagging.
Really?
The foam core Bob Vila! Yes, you need your wig! Oh.
Hey, I told that was up to her, and she didn't do it. She's having a hard work day, blah, blah, blah. No Bob Vila wig for Fuse. I see how it goes. The side you
LT,
mark...
can you get on Amazon and see if we can find a wig for this one?
The side you mark will be the outside when you do it this way. Just remember that. So if you do happen to make the mistake that I did and buy the dry erase foam core, the shiny side would have been out. I don't want that. It's hard to paint. The shiny side doesn't take primer and paint very well. So I got to remark this. Sorry, guys. Totally forgot. I was going to do it the hard way first. So again... remarking.
He's making a building for some terrain.
We're making a building for sci-fi terrain first. Something with hard surfaces and such. And the reason that we're doing this, I guess I should preface with that, yeah? It's too late. We already started. There's no more preface time. So why are we making buildings, right? Why don't we just buy them? Some people would be like, oh, why do I just buy? And I'm almost with you, right? Like, buying terrain is very easy, much cheaper, right? But a single building for Warhammer 40k, Beyond the Gates of Antares, Infinity, a single building in MDF is generally going to run you somewhere in between the $20 to $30 range minimum, and then sky's the limit. The bigger they are, the more they are, and the more they weigh, because MDF is very heavy. Nobody's really making foam core buildings that you can get over the internet and ship, because, I mean, well, it's a hazard to ship it, right? Because it isn't going to take UPS jumping up and down on it very much. And there's just not a lot of people that take it seriously because they don't know what all you can do with it. But this whole thing, all of my materials for this cost probably about $35, and we can make 2 full tables of terrain. 2 full tables, not 2 buildings, 2 full tables. And by 2 full tables, I mean probably, let's just say this building here, we could still make 1, 2, 3, 4. We could probably make 4 more of these, so we could probably make 5 of these buildings out of what I just have left of foam core that I haven't already done. I already made 2 buildings out of it. So if we think about 7 buildings a sheet, so about 14 buildings worth of terrain, probably, and all various oh no, and I have another sheet too. I have a sheet of black. So about 21 buildings total for $35. literally. So that's why we're doing this, right? Like it says, terrain on a budget. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to have to set our blade now. So I'm going to back this up and remember to measure again. So where's my little piece? All right, we want to measure again, and this time we do not want to cut all the way through, right? The key here is to give yourself a lot of leeway. So right about there. See that? So we're only cutting a little more than halfway through, and we can't go any further because this thing has a stop. Make sense? We're going to pull these lines. So I need my little handy cut guide.
We're getting that, LT.
What's that?
A wig. But he corrected me that I was thinking of Bob Ross when he said Bob Vila.
Oh.
Bob Vila is the PBS guy, right?
Yeah.
That used to build
No,
houses.
yeah, something like that.
He was like
Bob Vila is the house building guy.
house building guy, yeah.
So we're just running these full lines at half depth. You pull all the way through the cut. Again, like I said, I'm using my handy dandy little extra part so that as I'm pulling my blade, if I didn't have this, I'd be pulling my blade, and by the time I got to the end, the thing wants to tilt, and so it won't work at the end. So just have this guy here prop it up. Right? So again, go right through to the end. Now, miraculously, when I do this, wave my magic hat, it's not cut through on the back, even though I have these marks that we put on the pencil when I marked it off wrong, but that's not going to matter. It's not scored anywhere on the back from the knife. If you look, as I break it over, right, it didn't go through. And that's exactly what we want to do. We want to break it across all of these lines where we scored it and cut it. Right? And now we got our box. And voila, now we have a building. Okay? Square building, all one piece. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to glue it here where this wall comes together. Right? But you guys can see exactly what we did, and we have a square building. Right? Now the first thing I do before I glue it is I fold each one of these over. Sous Chef, thank you so much for the host. We did?
Yeah, you were just
Oh,
talking.
did you hear it?
You were talking.
Just talking. Damn me and my talking.
Imagine that, talking while you're teaching people something.
I
It's
know.
Craziness.
I know. Alright, so I want to fold this over so that I make sure that I take this and get that corner to where it's not giving me any pushback. Alright? So I'm folding it over in the direction that it wants to go, and I make sure I line these edges up when I fold it, and so I get that pinch on the paper. Because basically we've got a piece of cardboard in between these that is keeping it together, but I want to make sure I get that fold and mash it down like so, right? But make sure that you do it even, right? And then back, then fold this one, flatten that one out.
That kind of good stuff. Good night, LT.
Yeah, LT. Take it easy. Have a good one.
Stop by tomorrow.
Same thing.
Aw.
Fold it over, right? Then the next one, you want to do this to all of the cuts. See, it's going to naturally want to do that, right? It's going to want to pull away and be separate. So you got to push it back, right? And make sure that you force it to even out. Otherwise, your walls won't stay level, okay? That's the reason why we're doing this. It's not much effort. You just got to take it and pinch it together so that it evens out like that, right? It's going to help us because we got to glue this thing together, right? We need to make sure that it's not like that, because if it wants to naturally do that, then when we go to glue it, it's going to have a bunch of pushback. Like right now, look, if I let go of it, it wants to be like that, right? Which is not what we want. So, again, line these up like so. Right? So those edges are square. And just pinch that seam so that it works for you. Alright. Now, because of that, it'll be a lot easier to glue because it's not trying to do like that. It's not trying to blow itself apart all the time. Right? Because we bent all those corners, now it kind of already wants to stay in the shape that we've got it. So break out the super glue. Don't listen to the naysayers that say it melts super glue or melts foam. Just do it anyway. Trust me. Hashtag trust fuse. It does melt the foam. The good thing is it melts it together. Ah! Look at me! Science! She blinded me with science. Do, do, do. Science. The cool thing is when you look at it, it really does melt the foam and it's all like bubbly. Alright. Stay square at least. Alright. So now we've got a building, right? We've got the frame, but it's a solid frame. We don't have to worry about glue on the corners or any of that. But what we do have to worry about is obviously by breaking it over, the corners are open. So what do we do about that? Well, you saw how I handled it with an old world building, right? If we were making Malifaux terrain, you saw how I did it here. I just put balsa wood in those cracks. Now can you kind of get a feel for how that works? So the balsa sits inside that open area and looks like the way you would build a timber wall. It contains all the stone. The stone is up to the front like it would be anyway, right? You get a little bit of an indentation, right? So it works great for timber style buildings, timber and stone. But how do we want to do it for a hard surface building? Well, I think if I have enough of this, right, that I'll do it with round tubing. What do we think? I think that makes some sense for a sci-fi building. I like it. But what I may want to do, let's see, I've got some other bits and pieces of cool crap we might can use here.
The consensus is going to be that we're going to use some overalls when you build terrain, like Bob Vila, and a wig when you paint.
No, it has to be like Bob the Builder. Bob the Builder, I demand Bob the Builder.
Well, that one.
That's a cartoony kid one. If that would look too silly, I have these little wood. I have wood balls. Would you like to touch my wood balls? Wood balls. I have wood balls. You can maybe on the top I could do wood like balls.
Say balls again.
And wood balls. You have some balls. Some very little balls. I have very little wood balls. Tiny balls. We have very tiny balls.
Is Bob the Builder bald? You're not shaving your head for this.
I'm not bald. Is Bob the Builder bald? I don't know. I don't know. You guys gotta tell me these things. Ah. When building terrain, it is almost impossible to go to the hobby store or like the Hobby Lobby and not get really... Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look what I have. I have things that work perfectly. I have these things.
Oh.
I don't know what these are.
These are like those little things you fill in.
These are called
when you build cheap furniture.
Buttons. Wood something buttons. I tore it apart. It had the name on it. Furniture buttons. That's what they are. Yeah. That fits right inside there. Bingo. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Making cool shit with Fuse. We're gonna use furniture buttons. We're gonna cut. Do I have enough of this stuff? That's the big problem. Do I have enough plastic hard head? Oh, I do. Yay. I have more. Are you gonna use all of it? Who fucking cares? Use it all. Alright, so these need to be, what do we think? Do we the same height, probably?
What you can put on top?
Well, I guess we should make the roof first and see, right? That would make some sense. Spork! Is that your battle cry? The plastic flower section? Yeah, I saw that, man. You have some bitchin' terrain that you use plastic flowers for. There's nothing wrong with that. No shame in that game. Alright, we're going to cut a roof out first. That'll help solidify it, too, so that's a good job. That's a good idea that Jen had. Alright, so we're going to make the roof. The roof is going to be, if we did everything right, the roof should be 5, a little under 5 because of the fold. Right, a little under 4 because of the fold. It's pretty much 4. Yeah, 4 by a little under 5. I would probably squeeze 5. It should be 4 by 5. Usually, it kind of cuts in a little bit sometimes because of the way the paper folds. Well, let's go ahead and make a 4 by 5 roof. Because we're going to set the roof inside, not on the top. Make sense? Because for Infinity style terrain, you need a little bit of a balcony lining on the building. Hardest thing is working all this big material. Usually I'm not on camera, so I just flipping it around and don't even care. You guys know how to draw lines, right? Alright, foam cutter. Foam cutter. Now we're not set to cut all the way through, so we gotta go down again. Now the blade's gonna cut all the way through. And cut just a hair inside my lines because I know it's just a little bit smaller than 4x5. Now, if you're not as good pulling straight lines or comfortable pulling straight lines without a guide, you might want to get a set of clamps. Like you could clamp down a ruler to pull your cutter along. I pretty much don't care. I just do it by hand. Whatever. Whatever, man. Been there, done that. Too cool for school. Might be a little bit long still, huh? Oh, good. Alright, I'm going to come in on the inside. Put a little bit of super glue on all my edges here. Because we're going to push this top down. For Infinity, we're going to push it down. If you weren't going to, you could literally just come in with the super glue along the top edge and then a little bit along the bottom edge to seal it up. But because we're going to be pushing it down, Infinity terrain has a little bit of like I said, like a ledge around the outside. So we're going to do that ledge. So in order to do that, I'm going to come in and put super glue kind of along these points. Just kind of dab it right in the corner where the paper's meeting. So that I can, when I scoot the paper down, it's dragging that super glue with it. Make sense? And then just kind of press it together when I think I got it level-ish. Looking good. Then I just need to hold it for a second while the super glue dries. If you want to be sure, you can come in on the top now that you got it in position and just dab again a little bit in the corners. You don't need too much. You could take the time if you wanted to and build like a little ledge inside for the roof to sit in. If you're worried about whether or not you're putting like really heavy stuff up there. I'm not too worried about this, so. Rhinoceros, the roof is still foam core board. Nice, Viking. Still working on your guard? Is that what the dagger is? Infinity terrain needs hexagons. Trust me, we got hexagons. Vikings. If Viking says he's glazing like a motherfucker now, kicking ass and taking names. I love to teach people stuff that they can use immediately and just absolutely rule with it, right?
And it could also serve, as Pixie's pointing out, as a coffin for small gerbils.
It could if you built another side on it, which we're not going to do. which we're not going to do. And a good point that somebody's going to make, we're not making a detachable roof on this one, just for quickness sake. Maybe we will on the next one. We'll build another one, or I might not build another building, but I'll show you how to do the corners, right? In a different way that doesn't require having to add material in the corners like this. Okay. Some of you have probably already got it in your head how that's going to go. All right, so there you go. Roof. Come in here and smooth out any of the super glue that's kind of dipped down in here. Use your finger for sure, and then wipe your eye with it. That's always a good thing. Please don't listen to Fuse.
Don't do that.
Please don't listen to Fuse. That's one of those where we have to disclaimer quickly. Otherwise, people are like, super glue in it. Oh! Can you imagine? Oh, God, where's the fuck? Oh, there was enough on there that the glue got in my eye. Oh. Awful. Pinning the walls to the roof would be beneficial? No. Basically what you can do is, if you wanted to make sure that it was going to be as stable as you... I've never had a problem just doing it like this, okay? But if you wanted to be sure, you could definitely go through and, like Devin is saying, or Cutthroat is saying, you could take toothpicks, and you could run toothpicks in through here. The thing is that on the foam core, you want to pre-drill it first, because otherwise it gives it an indentation when you push it through that doesn't look natural. So pre-drill it with a pin vise, and then don't pre-drill into the roof part, really. But you can pre-drill just the outer section and take a toothpick, put it in there, cut it off, stick another one in, cut it off, stick another one in, cut it off. That'll help a lot, but I've never had problems. And it leaves you with something that you have to fill on the outside, which I don't like, because you may not want to have a piece of material there. What it winds up being is that on your roofs, you would take like a piece of plastic card or balsa wood or something and run it across there and have it be kind of a, I mean, maybe we'll do that anyway, right? But it's solid enough that, I mean, you can put whatever you want to on top of it, and it's not gonna, we can put this freaking Signar metal jack, and it's not like gonna fall. It's gonna hold him up, so. And the other thing you could do is just take more foam core and super glue it in beforehand to give you kind of an inside ledge so that it sits in there. But in a lot of cases, you're going to want the roofs to be removable. So you would make this and it would be a lot thinner. Like you'd make like a 1/2 inch top that was maybe a piece of foam core wider that sat down over this so you could pick it up and play on the inside. We're not going to worry about this for this small of a building. Okay. All right, so now we've got these outside corners. First, though, I think we probably want to think about maybe... Well, let's worry about that later. So let's do these. Now that we have our balcony set the way we want, do we want to come like up a little bit or right at the top? What do you think? Anybody got any ideas? Do we want the piping to come up a little bit with the little dome piece on it?
I think that looks cool.
To have it be a little higher?
Yeah.
We got those little deals that fit in there. Do we want to have it be a little higher than the roof, or do we want it be to where just the dome is higher? I think just the dome.
Yeah,
higher.
that looks better.
Yeah, I think just the dome higher. Let's do that. All right. So we need to make. Well, I mean, we already know these are 3.5 inches tall, right? Math. It doesn't change at 3.5 inches. All right. So we need to cut some sections of this 3.5 inches, which will let us show Viola the frickin' thing with the thing. Let's mark these real quick. We need the Sharpie, El Sharperino. So 3.5. Just want to make a line.
Jagged Mirage. I dare you to make it into a tiny barber shop.
A tiny barber shop? We can do that. We can make a barber pole. Don't think we can't. We can do it. I don't think this is going to give us a... Okay, it does. The nice thing about this miter box is it has these little cam lock deals that will hold stuff in place, which is kind of neat. While you're cutting, it has variable little spots, and you just twist them and they cam lock in there, which is kind of cool. Kind of cool. We'll just put it in the 90 degree because we're not doing any fancy angles on it or anything.
Please don't cut off your finger.
Oh! I should have... You know what? If I'd have been being smart, I would have gotten a freaking... I got this backwards too, by the way. I would have gotten like some sort of like, you know, freaking Hollywood blood set and been like, oh my god! Lock those. Uno. Nice. Measure out another one. Again, Plasticard you can generally find on Amazon very cheap. I don't rely on my local hobby store. They sometimes don't have it. Well, my local hobby store doesn't ever have it. If you have a real hobby store, all we have is Hobby Lobby. All of our regular hobby stores died and went the way of the buffalo, which is a shame, but it's kind of the way of the world right now. So, like, we don't have, like, a train place that I know of. We have some RC car places, but they don't really ever have anything. It'd be really nice if this was 3.5 inches long, and it is not. Rip. Really? Are you kidding me?
Shorter?
Yeah, it's shorter.
Aww.
By like literally like 1/8 of an inch. I don't think it's gonna work. I don't know if we can pull that off. Yeah, you know what? We will. We'll use it. We'll just pull it up a little bit from the bottom. It'll be our little secret. You don't tell anybody. I don't tell anybody. It'll be good. It'll be good. See, you can cheat. Just terrain. Just cheap terrain. It's crazy telling you how to do cheap terrain. Hey, just tell your buddies. It's just cheap terrain. Don't sweat it. Alright. Alright. 3.5 inches on this one. And we're good. Golden. Golden, I tell you. And the Plasticard, don't worry, the Plasticard paints just like if it were made out, or the foam core board paints just like it was made out of plastic. So you don't have to sweat the fact that we're putting it all together. I haven't painted anything. Oh my God, how hard is that going to be? Not at all. That's the beauty of this whole deal. How does it do this? I hate these little hobby saws. Alright. The miter box is just a really good way to make sure you get a straight cut, so I recommend them. It gives you much better success than if you're trying to do it holding it in your hands. Okay, so you want to clean these edges real quick with a file. Again, you can use just a fingernail file. You don't have to have anything expensive. If you're already doing hobby stuff, you probably already have a set of files used for cleaning seams and things like that, so just hit it with that. You want to clean it up. Plasticard is notorious for leaving a halo around any of your cuts, as you guys probably already know. I'll smooth all that off.
As Seth Emil said, glue it flush to the top and fill the bottom with some drywall compound or modeling paste.
Good, yes. Good idea.
Don't need to be fancy, just fill in the gap to trick the eye not to look there.
You got it. Or if you're building your building on a scenic base, you know, if you're putting it on like a piece of masonite, a really good way to do this is to use like 1/8 inch masonite as a bottom to secure it all down to. You can glue it to that, and then you just terrain the base however you're going to. You can use Plasticard for sidewalk. You could use gravel and sand, just like you were doing a miniature base. So you can do that, and that can help fill any inconsistencies. If you ever do have anything like this, definitely leave your gaps at the bottom, not the top. Just goes without saying. Down at ground level is not where any of this care.
Joe got asked if you got the stuff done on Mathis's stuff that you whispered yesterday, or that he whispered yesterday.
Yes.
I forgot to ask you what it was.
Yes. Mathis is not. Oh, he is here, the bastard.
He is here.
He is here. The bastard. All right, so let's glue these things on. Again, the wonders of super glue, plastic to foam. Who cares? Viola, we don't give a damn. So I just run a long bead on both sides of the open corner here. And, yeah, there you go. Shove that bastard in there. See how great this works, though? Literally. Cut a couple of lines. Right? Exclusive one. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Next! Is this the short one? Yeah, that's the short one. Same thing.
Mathis said I feel unwanted.
Unwanted? Dude, you're always wanted. I was just seeing if you were still here before we talked about all the cool... I mean, you know. Hi! Hey, Maphis, did you by any chance turn a guy on to me from down in your part of the world about some Halo miniatures?
Hey,
Was that you?
likes us.
Origin Z, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome.
Gorilla Glue doesn't eat foam like Super Glue does. It does, right?
You want it to eat foam. The Gorilla Glue doesn't eat it as bad as some other super glues do, and this stuff actually holds like a beast. You want it to melt a little bit because what it's doing is fusing the two parts of foam together. So, yeah. It's not a bad thing. I mean, you're seeing how fast it works just bonding it to plastic, too, so... He's good stuff, but I would always suggest Gorilla Glue over anything. Don't buy Loctite, don't buy whatever else. Buy Gorilla Glue. They're the best.
Mathis said no. Want him.
Oh well. Had a commission request the other day from another guy down in your neck of the woods.
Halo Fleet Battle stuff?
Ground Command. Halo Ground Command. The new stuff. The 15mm ground combat stuff. Looks like I'll be doing a commission for a full 2-player box set of that stuff, plus some upgrades. I hope the upgrades. Should be fun. You will use a lot of super glue doing this, I'm not going to lie, so that has to be factored into your cost too. You might use a whole bottle for doing a table's worth of terrain, or you know, as much terrain as we're going to be building, 2 tables worth, or probably use a whole bottle. So that's another $5 you got to add to the cost factor, but building on a budget for sure. This is the free housing project going on here, right? Section 8 housing for wargaming. I do not cutthroat. Devin, I don't have any, nor do I have any freaking, I want to do some Wrath of King stuff. I'd really like to see some of the Dark Age minis. I haven't ever had anybody want to commission Dark Age minis. I don't know why. They're great stuff. My buddy Dave Taylor works with those guys very closely, so I always see what he's doing, and I'm like, bastard, that looks cool. Alright, we'll put a couple of these things, these furniture, whatever these things were called. Furniture plugs, furniture things. Furniture buttons. Give to me 3 more. And literally, this kind of stuff at Hobby Lobby is invaluable. It's like, I don't remember, what is this thing called? They're called, I forget what the company's called. I don't know. Woodpile? Yeah, Woodpile. And these are just furniture buttons. I go in there and I find like little things like this that I think might be cool for using in terrain. $1.99 for a bajillion of them. Hobby Lobby's your best friend. Unless you want to shop on Sundays, then they are not your best friend. I'm not gluing these in yet. I'm just going to plug them in place to see if we want to do anything else.
No, that's Hobby Lobby brand. Synapse.
Is it? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, Synapse. All right, so there you go. So now, cool infinity building with an inset roof, so you get that balcony that you want. And then we've got the seam on the back, which is kind of ugly. We've got to figure out what to do with that. But I'm thinking we'll probably just cover up that with flashcard. And we'll use this as the front, the long one here, or we could put a door. So now the question is, okay, where are we going to put a door? Well, that brings us to another thing that you can do with terrain. And I've already got some stuff set up, which is like this. Look at this. A door. How about a rusty door on this thing? Oh gosh, Slow Fuse, how did you make that rusty door? Well, I'm glad you asked. Because I think a rusty door would be really cool right about there, right? And you got it to where these, I can make double doors on as well. These are another thing that I make very, 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 very cheaply, okay? And you're going to laugh when you see what I do here. But I've got all sorts of really cool building stuff that I pre-made for this exact reason, to show what you can do. So I've got some vents, like some roofing vents, if you wanted to put roof vents on this thing, right? How about 2 roofing vents on it? That'd be pretty cool, huh? I'm not going to glue these down because we do want to paint this eventually. But you can imagine, right, if we did some roofing vents on there. Turn them to where they're both slats the same way, kind of thing. Right? So some round roofing vents, maybe. I've got a round hatch. Right? It's just a metallic hatch. So we can put a metallic roof hatch on there. Right? I've got doors. I've got all sorts of crazy panels I made. How about an access panel to go by your door? Look at that. How about that? How about, there's another panel. Made all sorts of cool shit for us tonight. Look at me. How about, I don't know what that is. How about another thing? Right? Aha! So cool shit. So if you don't want to do the interior of your buildings, this is a really neat way. And even if you do want to do the interior of your buildings, I'm going to show you how we can have this work both sides. Okay? So what this is again, just balsa wood. Right? That's all it is. See that? Balsa wood, basswood. These are actually, again, at Hobby Lobby, they're a lifesaver. They're this. It's a big old package of a bunch of rectangular cutout, pre-cut nonsense. Look at that. And amazingly, it's 1 inch by 2 inch, which is kind of 28 millimeter door size, which is exactly what this is. I haven't had to cut anything other than the paper that I put on. All right? So this comes with 3 different sizes. It's got like this. That. Okay? So you get those 3 sizes in the rectangle pack, right? And you get that. I don't think I made any of the smaller wood ones. I didn't have any graphics preset for those. That, for the circular ones. So they sell circles and they sell rectangles. I don't know if they have any square ones. I've never looked. Right? Okay? And what I've done is, over the course of my learning in Photoshop, you basically just take a bunch of textures, and you can find textures for free on the internet. You can make them yourself if you're good with layering and texturing in Photoshop. And this is literally just inkjet paper. I mean, I'm not going to lie. This is just as cheap as we can make this. We're making it. All right? Get an extra 15% go on a shopping spree. Exactly, right? All right. So this is exactly what you're seeing on those pieces of wood. And I have this as a preset sheet that I've got. It's a Photoshop file that I've got. I can email it to anybody that's interested. It's got multiple pages, or it's got, if you know about Photoshop, it's got multiple folders, and each folder is a page layout. So like this one is all panels. So I've got different panels. These are all my doors. So you can see I've got the doors flipped, so I can make this door in a 2-door or a 1-door set. I can also make this white door, which is kind of like an airlock in a 2-door set. They are facing doors. And then I've got, panels that I've stretched, and a rusty door here. I think I've got that one already cut out for us. I've got some round vents. These are also for round or square if I wanted to cut some of the boards up, but I can just place them on the round and then cut around them. That's what I've done on stuff like this. This was just a square template. Nakas, thank you so much for the follow. So this was just a square, and then I just cut it, and then with the Sharpie go and black the edges in. Super simple, right? So this is a preset vent and panel layout that I've got. There is also, I don't know if I printed it out, did I? Oh yeah, I did. Oh no, did I? Oh, it's already on here. It also has a gun cabinet that I made. So it's got a graphic for the cabinet with the guns, and then the side panels. So out of these, you can make a piece of scatter terrain, or an infinity. You can make an ammo closet, an ammo locker, or an armaments locker. So you can just take this size wood, but you can put these textures on it, and the front of it is the weapons locker, right? So you just make a 4-sided box out of these by gluing them together, right? Or out of our foam core like we did, you can make it as well. And then you can make an ammo locker out of it, or a firearms locker. So really cool stuff. If anybody's interested, I can send you the JPEGs or the Photoshop files. You can just shoot me a message on Twitch here, or on Facebook, or wherever, and I'll just shoot that to you for nothing. But it's got all sorts of really cool stuff, like these, like I said, these display panels, which I literally just robbed these graphics off the internet. I don't even know what that is, but it prints out pretty good. This is just my Epson cheapo, $50 printer at 300 DPI. It prints like a champ. And you just glue it on here, and then, like I said, you just take the Sharpie and black out the edges. So I'll show you real quick. Put that aside. All those things. Whatever that is. And make a couple more doors. So I've got them. You can just see, right? Just a piece of paper printed, and the cutout, the pre-cut out. I mean, it doesn't get any easier than this, guys. Literally, it doesn't get much easier. If you have a printer, you print the shit, and then you cut it out. The hardest part is cutting the door out, right? Take our lovely white glue, You don't want to have it on there very thick, so back in preschool, we used to do this with our fingers. Now we get to do it again. It's awesome. You get older, you get younger. It's all the same. It's all the freaking same, man. Next, I'll be eating paste. It'll be glorious. Anybody else eat paste? I like the taste of Play-Doh. I ain't gonna lie. That shit's salty. It's so good if you got a sodium kick going on. So get your glue thinned out, nice and neat, and then just slap this puppy on there. You can float it around a bit. So you line it up. You don't have to get it perfect because we're going to go in with the black marks a lot anyway. And this is where you want your magic roller. So whether you've got a rolling pin in your kitchen or just a piece of round plastic or something around, you want this so that you can basically sit it on there and get a nice even squish on it. Wipe your glue off. Trusty paper towel here. The biggest concern is getting glue all over the front, so you just want to try to not do that. Wipe off any excess and let it dry. Bingo. Life is good. Door. We have a door. We have another door. Let's do it on this one too. God, why do I keep running out? See, not all my hacks involve an airbrush. Sometimes we don't even need paint to do cool shit. And you can use, what is that stuff called, Jen? That you can use to seal all this on? Hodgepodge?
Mod Podge.
Mod Podge. Which is, what did you call it?
Decoupage.
A decoupage. It was a word she told me, and I go, I have no idea what you're fucking talking about. Is that even English? Again, just roller that so you squeeze out any excess and get a nice Alright, there's that one. Bingo. Life is good. Now you got doors. Now, like I said before, you can either, if you want to just go the super easy lazy guy route, you could literally just put this door on there like that, right? We could do that. We could then take some Plasticard, right? We've got Plasticard sheet here. We could take the Plasticard sheet and cut some Plasticard as a door frame for it, if you wanted to do it that way. So you could, build this up. Or I can show you how we can make this door actually open and close. So that you could kind of, I don't know if you need that in your games or not. Since this building you can't really get inside it, I'm more a fan of just putting it on there. So let's go ahead and trace out on the door frame here how we would do that. Looks good. That looks good. Who needs to measure? We're eyeballing it here. Bob Vila never used a tape measure, so I won't either. Damn it. Trace the outside of your door so you know where to put the door frame. Any questions? I'm kind of blowing through all this stuff, huh?
Not really been any questions.
Alrighty. Good. Everybody's getting it. Everybody's like, yeah, dude, we get it. Alright? You're building a house for your little Barbie dolls. It's fucking great. We get it. Alright, so let's see here how we want to do this. The door is 2 inches tall, but that means we need to have... Do we want to get creative and make it all out of one piece? I think so, huh? I think so. Before we get all stupid here, let's just do it out of one piece. How about that? Actually, it probably makes more sense to cut it this way, doesn't it?
Your chef said taking notes.
Taking notes. Hey, you know what else would be cool here? Let's do it like this. Let's make sure that we can get our panel, our door panel on there too. What do you think? Ah, Fuse. Getting fucking crazy now. You're going insane, buddy.
Friday.
Settle down. It's the weekend. Time to party. Making Barbie doll houses.
Synapse has a question. How did you become so epic?
How did I become so epic? Well, you'd have to ask my mother. I blame her. She was a hippie. She did lots of drugs. Before I was born. I'm surprised I don't have superpowers.
You do have superpowers.
I do? What's my superpower? I wanted to be able to shoot
Be an
spaghetti out of my
epic.
fingers like Dane Cook said. That would have been efficient. My superpower would be shoot spaghetti out of my fingers. There, maybe. There, maybe. Got too much glue on my fingers. Oh my god. So what I'm doing is I basically just trace around the door. Let's get this right here. So I'm going to measure up to where I want this. Where inch and is that 3/16 inch, half 3/16 inch exactly. Here. Just marking off what I want to cut. Now this is simply just take your razor knife and score, right? Again, if you don't feel confident with your scoring abilities and pulling straight lines, please use a ruler. I'm not confident with mine, but I'm also crazy, so screw it. We're literally just don't ever try to cut through the plastic card all in one go, right? One big mistake that people do is they push really hard. And number one, it's going to make your blade, if you were to be able to keep the blade through it, it's going to warp your blade. So if you push hard, these blades will turn, right? So it's not going to give you much of a straight cut. So just don't worry about it. Be patient. Just score. I'm just giving a little bit of pressure every time I pull through here until I cut through at the end. Right? Same thing here.
Hey, somebody likes us.
You don't want to break your blade either. Caradras, welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. Again, guys, do not forget, tomorrow is our 3,000 viewer appreciation stream. We will be starting at 12 Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. That's around 8 p.m. Greenwich Mean, like I said, if that's still a thing. And we will be building a Space Marine Centurion fully customized in Salamander's regalia. So I will be doing a fully customized cloak, scaled cloak, probably some sort of big salamander head thing on it. Since those guys go kill freaking salamanders, monsters, dragons, and all that good stuff. We're going to kit bash that thing and then do some custom sculpting, and we might even try to start getting some paint on him, but I'm not going to get too far ahead of myself. The idea is that we were going to stream until we get him done. Done, built, done. Not done, painted, done. Good God. I'll be up for a week. Because I'm hoping to make an epic freaking model out of it. We're going to do some really cool stuff. Cut some legs apart. Do some custom posing. Do some custom sculpting. And then, of course, the whole...
Hey, somebody likes us.
The whole cloak and everything will be custom sculpted.
Hammer.
Who that?
I think it's Joe Hammer?
Faux Hammer.
Faux Hammer.
The Faux Hammer. That's the Faux Hammer. Great name. Welcome. Lord of the Rings reference.
What's Jen working on? Nothing at the moment.
Looking good. Jen's got some surprises coming up for you guys, we hope. We don't have them to show them to you yet, but you better prepare your eyes and your brain pan. Your looky-sees and your gray matter ain't ready for what Jen's got going on. We're teaching Jen to paint because the crowd has been demanding it. They're not going to let her get away with not painting. I got a little impatient there and just decided to break it off. It's the only way I really like to get up inside these corners here. Alright.
I think an actual Barbie. People are talking about battle Barbies.
Battle Barbies.
Pixie said, "No, I want a battle Barbie."
Now you want Battle Barbie?
That's what Pixie said.
Should we convert a Battle Barbie?
I think that there should be a battle Barbie. I
Hey,
would totally love that.
Would you guys like? I have money dolls. Do you guys know what money dolls are? Moonies,
One right up.
Moonies, right? Would you guys want, or would it interest you to see me work on a Mooney? Like to do a full custom like sculpt and turn this into a Space Marine or a Chaos Marine or a something? I feel like we could convert these things. I bought a handful of these to do some custom sculpting, not with the intention of having them look like monies. I was thinking I could tear the heads off. I've got other body parts. I was thinking we could do some really cool stuff. I don't know if anybody would be interested in that. I think it'd be fun. Space Marine money.
Hi.
Chaos Chaplain for my word bearers. Demon Prince. Demon
That
Prince
would be
money.
cool. They're excited about this. That'd be cool. Yes, next Convertorium, please.
I guess we could make that the next Convertorium. That'd be fucking bitchin', wouldn't it?
Hi.
It's been sitting up here for so long, and I just haven't even thought about it. I just kind of forgot about what I was going to do with it.
Why is this a question?
Why is this a question? Space Marine money doll? Alright, done deal. Let's do it. You guys got to figure out what you want it to be, though. Doesn't have to be 40k. It could be Infinity. Do whatever. Be War Machine. Well, not really. I don't want to do more War Machine because we're already doing the custom Striker sculpt, too. So.
And then will you make me a Barbie?
Then will I make you a bar? I was thinking, well, that's what made me remember it there. Was it, hey, we could do that with like a, you know, customize a Barbie doll.
Yeah.
I can convert anything. Let me just tell you that much. Right? So we can convert a Barbie doll. We can make a bitchin' AdMech Barbie.
I need this.
Rubric Marine.
Did you know my nickname in college was Barbie?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
We can make Jen a battle Barbie. You know what? Like a Barbie Sisters of Battle would be bitchin', right? A Barbie AdMech, like a Deptus Mechanicus freaking dude would be epic. Now my brain's running around and going crazy. You guys get me thinking about all the cool shit. Now I'll never get anything done. Mathis is like, please finish my Emperor's Children first, damn it. Alright, so this is our door frame. Oh, what did I do wrong? I did it all wrong. What did I do?
What did you do?
Shit a brick. I cut it out wrong.
What do you mean?
I cut it out wrong. I drew the line around the freaking thing. I didn't go around the outside of the door. Rat bastards. It's a good thing we have more plastic card. Son of a bitch. Nobody yelled at me and told me, Fuse, you're messing up.
I don't know what you're doing.
I knew it. As soon as that stopped, I was like, well, that ain't going to be good.
What are you doing?
I do need this, though. I need it to have that opening. But I didn't need
Say
to do it
hi?
the way I did it. No. Uh-oh.
Bellacam.
Didn't show everybody Bellacam. Sorry, guys. I totally flubbed that one. Alright.
Hey. Say hi, Bella. Hey.
Hey, somebody likes us.
Hey! Who's that?
There she is.
Indian F! Welcome. Welcome! Alright, now don't make the same mistake. I
Alright.
got lazy and stopped too soon last
You
time.
done?
My apologies. My apologies. Got to watch me do all this again.
Notice how she turns away from the camera.
She's embarrassed.
Where's her soul?
Embarrassed.
What did I do?
Fix it.
Yeah, I think so.
Rats! Why did I just do that? I was testing you guys and you failed miserably. As soon as I got it cut out, I was like, that doesn't look like enough cuts.
Oh, we've got some Team Bellas.
She's a cutie, alright.
These are good ones.
She's the cranky old lady, though.
She
The other day on,
is cranky.
the other day on stream,
She's
Tuesday,
like, get off my lawn!
right? It's like, gosh, she's the old naggy bitch of the neighborhood, this one. She really is. Yeah, if there were kids playing in the yard, she'd be out there trying to, like, chew them to bits. She doesn't care. She doesn't want anybody having fun if she's not having fun. And she doesn't know how to have fun anymore.
I don't know if I understand this question, but if you were going to do it this way, wouldn't you just glue the pick to the plastic card you're cutting out?
No, because you might want to have a door that works. Right? You definitely could. I would normally go through and go to the trouble of doing this so that we could cut out the background, because normally we would have a roof on it. So, could you? Yeah, you could cut out the plastic card, you know, like this one that we did, or wherever it went. You know, we could do this one and just paste all the stuff to it if you really wanted to, right? I'm more a fan of having the doors be removable. So this allows us to do it, or do a paper hinge, which I'll show. Since we're doing this as a tutorial, I want to try to fit in as many functional pieces that you might want to do. Because a lot of people ask me, okay, like Infinity Terrain, the doors just kind of stick in it because all the MDF ones, there's no way to really hinge them. If they do, it's really expensive terrain. But you can do paper hinges with foam core. You can do it with anything. But with foam core, it's super easy. All this stuff's really lightweight, so.
Forrest is trying to break the band up here.
What are you doing?
Says I should break off on my own and drop this dead weight.
Forced.
He's conspiring against you, I
He
think.
is, every single day. Every single day. But Forrest is the misery guy, though, so I don't know if you want to listen to him. He's like going to get you to like go to Maine and get hit by a van, and all sorts of bad shit's going to happen. I think I got it right this time. We're going to go with yes. My cheap terrain keeps getting more and more expensive as I keep wasting plastic card, right? We'll use it for something. Never try to break your plastic card heavy-handed if it's not ready to go, because it will tear. This is probably 1.5 mil here. Yeah, 1.5 mil plastic card. It'll still break really, really easy if I'm not careful with it. Plastic card, when it tears, is a pain in the ass. Righty, just a little bit of flash there to clean off. Want to square your corners, depending on what you're doing. If you were doing this as an old world terrain piece, then you might not care. Right? You might not give a damn whether or not it was perfect, but since we're doing sci-fi, we want our hard edges to be as square as we can make them. You can come back and file them as you need to, it's not a big deal. Got the band-aid ready?
Stop. You just super glue it.
Yes. Super glue your thumb back on.
There you
It'll
go.
work wonders. Perilously close to the fingertips on this one.
Oh.
In hindsight, I should have probably cut the door part out first, right? Now, the thing you'll notice here, one of the questions, had we known initially that I was going to be doing the door like this, it would have probably been better to have just glued the paper onto the plastic door that I'm cutting out, because we're going to wind up with a door here anyway, right? So somebody mentioned that before. Just realized that if you plan out this a little bit better than I did, I wanted the surprise of the wood doors. Technically, I guess if you just scored that one, you have a door with a
There you
hinge.
go.
Learn something new every day. I wouldn't rely on that. Plastic card, as it fatigues, it would not stay. So don't get too jazzed about that. Don't get too jazzed about that. The more you used it, the less it would work. And now, door should sit in there. Bingo. Let's file these edges again. When you cut, if you're familiar with working with plastic card, you get this ridge as you cut, and it doesn't matter. You'll on the downside you won't. So if you plan it out right, like if we wanted to, we could do the door like this, right? And just glue it on, and you wouldn't have these ridges. But then when you go to glue it on, you also don't get full contact on the surface. So it's always better to just sand them anyway, even if they're on the back. What is that?
Hmm?
What are you doing?
Force sent a video for me to watch.
Oh no.
I know. I'm a
How to
little
leave your
nervous.
man in 3 quick steps. He's trying to come between us, honey. Can't trust him.
Oh, I can't watch it. It's 8 minutes right now. It's a comedy sketch, I think. Looks like a comedian. Camping. Camping? I'm curious.
Alright. Got that side.
Pick it up at 110.
What's that?
He said pick it up at 110. But then I have to watch the rest of it, the 7 minutes of it. It doesn't make it any shorter.
That doesn't make it any shorter. 7 minutes or 8 minutes? What are you talking about?
Cutthroat asks, do you think the door would be the best bet?
The door? What do you mean?
I don't know. It just says, do you think the door would be the best bet?
Devonian. You think the door would be the best bet? What do you mean? Devin, what do you mean? Do I think the door would be the best bet? Maybe he was talking to somebody else?
Oh, no.
Always support what you're filing, obviously. Especially when you're working with thin stuff like this. Plastic card will break and fatigue really simply. So.
What? What? Why's everybody going back to the general store? I'm back.
Alright.
Talking about going to Maine.
Going to Maine.
Why are you not there? Some people never come back.
Alright, I wonder... I don't think I can use our tool here, can I? I don't think I can use this. Maybe? Maybe not? Am I that good? Get the band-aids.
Sharp things.
Get the band-aids. Ah!
Ah!
Kidding. Bad joke. Children, don't do this at home. Don't do this at home.
Supervision is required.
I don't think even supervision is required on this one. I just say don't do it. I think that the X-Acto knife and a ruler probably would have been better, but I am impatient, so it's good. Bingo. All right, doorway. Now, what we have is a door and a doorway that we want to have open, right? So how are we going to do that? I guess if we inset the door, we pop the door out. Maybe no. Well, yeah, we could. We don't have a way to get to it if it's on the outside, though, right? We'll just do it in here. Like this. All right. So if you know what a paper hinge is, the good thing about foam core board is that it has this amazing miracle paper on the edges. So if you just split the edge off, what you're left with is very, very durable paper if you get it all off right. That was not good. Want to pick it away from the foam, right?
OSHA standards. Exterior doors should swing out.
No, they don't. Exterior doors go in. What are you talking about? This might be a residence. They go in on a residence, right? All right, so now we have actually the hinge is the length of the door, which is kind of cool. We want to cut it down a little bit. You don't want it to be the exact height. We're going to go ahead and cut. See, it's the right height of our door, but we're going to go ahead and cut it about like, yay. Okay. And it's going to go on the back side of the door, right? So we want to have split the difference like half and half on it. Now it's going to go on the inside here, right? Think about how this is going to work. Let's glue it on here first. Super glue. Is that the right side? Ding, ding, ding. I'm going to go that way. Right? Got to plan this stuff out, otherwise I wind up with a door that swings completely opposite from the way I want it to. Right. Like that. Paper you cut. Simply lay it right on the door. I want to fold back over completely. Because that's going to form our hinge like that. Okay? And this part on this side is going to glue to the inside of our door frame. But we need to cut that so that it's not so long. So. That's, I think, as long as it'll fold itself all the way over, we should be good. Put some glue here. Get your door positioned in there the way you want it. And then I'm just pressing on that flap, right? See how our flap makes contact with the wall there?
So you just put that hinge as the thickness of the foam core.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. See how I cut it? It's a little bit thicker than the foam core was. I just guesstimated. You could measure it if you wanted to, but it's not really going to matter. Right?
That's the paper from off of the foam core board.
Yeah, Rhinoceros, it's just the paper on the foam core. So we had the foam core door that we cut out. And you could use the foam core door, too, if you wanted to. It's easier when you're going to make a hinge to use a thinner object, though, because the thicker one you're going to have to bevel. So had we just used this, because it's the same thickness as the wall, we would have had to bevel the edges. It's a lot of trouble. So using this thin wood door, you just take the foam core piece, right? And this is it. And now you can see how I've stripped off the paper. We're left with just the close your eyes if you have the styrofoam phobia, right? So you've just got the rough foam, and you just peel the paper off. Foam core is so miraculous, right? Because the paper is really, really strong. You can do all sorts of cool stuff with it. And it super glues like a champ, right? And now we got a door that works, as long as I didn't let it super glue itself to the wall, which I almost did. Right?
Is DripX still here? He said, ugh.
Alright, and so now...
Oh, nice.
now you have a door.
Rhinoceros.
Right?
The stream is real in terms of the impact it's going to have on the future hobby.
Nice! Nice!
That's
I hope
awesome.
you're being real. So there you go. So now you got a door that we made out of a cheap-ass piece of wood that we got $500 for $1.99 of pre-cut. I mean, it doesn't get any better than a door, a piece of wood that's already the size of 28mm doors that you don't have to alter. I didn't sand these. I didn't cut these. As a matter of fact, I build my Photoshop files to fit these pieces of wood that come from Hobby Lobby. No joke, right? So then you got these doors, and then just with some marks a lot around the bar. And because you're never going to see the back of it, who even cares, right? The back is raw wood with a paper hinge. Now you got a door that works, right? So you can show it open or closed. You can imagine if we had the top coming off, then you would want to have an open door, right? Because in Infinity, it makes a difference, right? As soon as the door opens, everybody inside gets their AROs, things like that. So, and that door doesn't flop around. The paper hinge is very stiff, right? And it fits well. Now, we also have our door frame we built. All right, so let's take that. Do the same. Dot super glue all over the place. Try not to stick your fingers together. Right. Put the thing on there. Make sure you keep it square and spread it a little bit at the bottom of the door frame. Right. Bingo, bango, bongo. Look at that. Door frame. Swinging door and a door frame, right? If you guys, of course, all the plastic art and stuff is all white, so our lamps are washing off. You know what? I probably could turn this off. Huh? Since we're not painting, let's see if we can do that. Is that still good for everybody? Does that work all right? It works okay for me. All right, so there you got a door in a door frame. And now, just because we can, we could have the panel on there, right? Right? Let's get a piece of tack, poster tack, and put that on there. I don't want to glue that on because we are going to paint this at some point. Well, maybe not tonight, because I'm teaching building to not painting. But this would not be able to be covered very easily, so we're just going to stick it on there. So. And voila! And another reason why you don't just stick the paper on there is now I have multiple levels, right? I've got a lot of depth on this building because I've got the frame that stands off the wall of the building. I've got a rusty door on the inside. And again, you could use, you know, whatever. We built all sorts of doors. This could be the airlock door in there, right? That one's really bitching. Probably should have used that one. I like that one more. Dang it. Right? You can put the airlock door in there and you can use any of these. Hell, I could take this off and print another one and glue it to the front of that. The nice thing is that it's just paper thick, so it doesn't even matter. Right? So imagine that. That should have used that one. Why didn't you guys tell me? That was so much better looking than a rusty door. Why am I so attracted to rust?
I like the rusty one.
Yeah, the rusty one looks good too. Right? But imagine you can do whatever. And again, they're all, it's just that simple, man. Literally, look at this bag that I showed you, right? I don't know how many pieces are in here. They're all the various size ones, but there's a lot of doors in there for $1.99, people.
We call
$1.
that
$2.99.
A crap load.
That's a crap load, right? And the circles, look at that. That's a crap load.
That's
right?
a real crap load. Like, that's more, I think.
That actually looks like crap, right? And then I also usually get these, right? Which are also from Woodpile, and they look like toothpicks, but they're square and they're even size. These are awesome because these allow you to frame things in with the wood, like on old world style houses, to build window frames and door frames. You just get this, super glue it on, you can cut this with clip, right? So on sci-fi stuff, Plasticard makes sense because it's going to paint up nice. I can go back in and add rivets at the corners on this, right? Things like that. But for old world, like if this was a stone building, I could basically just take this wood and that makes a door frame or a window frame or whatever. And again, a crap ton of these for like 99 cents, literally. All this stuff is so cheap, it'll make your head spin. You know, for 20 bucks plus foam core, like I said, 35 bucks we got all this stuff for, and we can make, what did we say, 21 buildings? And look at this. If you ignore the wood texture, because obviously these won't be wood when we're done, they'll paint up and look like steel on there, you know? We got a cool door, right, with a frame. And if we get our vents on here, right, we can have some roof vents on there. Or if you wanted to, these can go on the fronts and sides. We've got these panels, right? So again, get creative, right? Put panels on the building. Almost already made up. Yeah, just doors. Doors!
Do you know of a website that sells the wood?
Do I know of a website that sells what? All the
The
woods? Rhinoceros, it's Midwest Products, is the company that does most of the balsa and basswood stuff. Hobby Lobby has their own brand that's super cheap, and I don't know what it's called. I don't think it's the same Woodpile stuff. Micho, thanks so much for the host. I don't think it's the same Woodpile stuff, but Hobby Lobby's got their own brand. But Midwest Products, they make the big balsa stands you find at Michael's. You can get it on Amazon. I always just get my stuff from Amazon, literally. Amazon usually has next day shipping on the balsa wood and the Plasticard.
Midwest what?
And stuff like that. What's that?
What is it? Midwest what?
Midwest Products.
Just looking on Amazon for it.
Or just put balsa wood or something like that.
No, Midwest Products also good.
Yeah, there you go. Just comes in packs, right?
Economy bag.
Yeah, the economy bag is what I buy the most of because it just has random bits and pieces in it. And you can get it really cheap, like $9. You get like 5 pounds of balsa wood cut up. $6 on Amazon, cheaper than our local store. Right? So there you go. So there's an infinity deal, right? You can put your janissary on, right? And it's still, like I said, look at the doors. I mean, it's not I'm not joking when I say that you're kind of, I mean, that's a 28mm door, if ever there was one, right? You're not going to get the 25mm base through the door, but screw the door. It's the right height and right scale. And like I said on that file, if you're interested in having me send you the file with all of the textures on it, it's already set up to where you could do a double door, right? I've already got that door flipped around. So you've got both left and right sides for it. Same with the blast door one and all the textures. And I've got, I mean, if you wanted to fool around with it, I've got like all these textures. You can just download them off the internet. You can increase those to be door size. So you can go on the internet and look for just, I don't know, freaking use your Google foo and go for sci-fi texture pack and look for it. You'll find all this kind of stuff. Or I don't remember, I looked at like display screen PNG or something. My Google foo is pretty strong when I want to find graphics that are free. So anyway, so this is really cool. If we wanted to take it a step further, we can go through with more Plasticard, but we would want to use thinner Plasticard than that. That stuff's a bitch to work with. How long it took for me to cut that. Where is a thinner sheet? Here's a thin sheet. So take some thin. This is super like mil, maybe 3/4 of a mil thick. This is a lot easier to cut than the bigger thick stuff. And let's say we wanted to do like an X on the side of the building. Let's do that. Okay. So like we can kind of make like a crate X on the side. That distance is what? Just like that. I'm just going to do this quick, not even measuring stuff. Just going to cut it out. Probably not going to be severely rectangular here, but close enough for government work. And the thin stuff is like knife and butter. It is amazing that just an extra half a mil on Plasticard makes it almost unwieldy. Right? This stuff we can burn through real quick. Alright. Now. I don't know what this angle is here. Oh, what the hell did I just do? How did that not work? What did I just do? How did I screw that up? 6 inches. Oh, well, I made it an inch short. What the hell was I thinking? Is it 6 inches?
First link works, Viking. Viking is
Yeah.
sharing some more pictures of his coat.
Of the cloak?
Yeah.
Or of the coat?
Yeah.
Nice. Hang on, I'm sitting here not measuring and screwing up more Plasticard, so give me a second.
I'll get them open here.
So this is just a way on like sci-fi buildings to add texture, because I'll show you when we go to making an old world style building how you texture a completely different way, right? Stone and brick and all that, you're not going to go and add a bunch of Plasticard for that. That would take forever and would wind up costing more than you could just buy the building for. Right? But right now we're still probably sitting at, what would we say this is? This is probably 2 cents. I would guess that maybe we've spent $1 so far on this building. And I mean, it's pretty bitchin'. And it's no joke, it's sturdy because remember we didn't glue all of our sides together, so it's not a bunch of pieces, it's literally one piece of card folded over, so this thing is going to last you a while. You can bang it around, you can do whatever you want to with it. Alright, so now we should be good. Now we're too big. What the hell am I doing? What is going on here? Why does it keep shrinking? Oh! Did I flip it over? I flipped it over. An idiot.
Oh, yeah, Mike said you measured the side of the building, not the back.
I was right the first time, damn it! Alright, well that's good. That makes me feel better, because I was like, oh, this is really kind of screwy. I didn't think I messed up that bad. Alright, let's mark this off. Like so.
Oh, Pixie, you leaving?
Gotta go.
Have a good night.
Thanks, Pixie.
Make sure you stop by after Six Flags tomorrow.
Dun, dun, dun. All day tomorrow, guys. No joke. All day from noon Pacific until I quit. Until I drop dead, probably, right? Alright, so we're just going to cut these angles real quick. Again, you could be a lot more exact than I'm being, but just for essence of getting the idea across to you, we're just going to throw it together. There you go. Super glue.
You thought about how you're doing giveaways tomorrow?
No. On deals like that, they're usually just going to be random. Hey,
Whatever pops into his head at the moment.
Time for a giveaway? Let's do a giveaway, and we'll just throw stuff out the door. Got some blister packs. I got some box sets. I got some Infinity War Machine. I got freaking Warhammer stuff. We got all sorts of cool stuff that we'll just be giving away. I don't know how much. I don't ever go into it with a plan. All right, so there you go. So you could stop and just have it be 1, and you could do 1 on each long side. I want to do a T on this side so that we can cover our seam, remember? But on the sides, I want to do an X. All right, so I have this extra piece that we cut here. So let's go through and mark this. Pencil to be friendly here. There we go. Super simple. Mark my angles real quick. Make my cuts. Test fit, and then glue it on. Be right. Yep. Ah, the glue is falling. The glue is falling. And I'm not having to like kid glove this. The stuff is pretty tough, so you don't have to really worry about having a problem with it. Now, the angle that you cut, all right, if you guys can see what I'm doing here, sorry for the glare, you know, I cut this piece and cut it there. Let your geometry flow through you, and remember that now all you have to do is pull that edge right there, and that angle's already correct, all right? So use it. Use the stuff you've already done. It's geometry. It's your friend. Don't be afraid. You sucked at math in school. Let it flow. All right? And remember, I mean, look at me. I'm not even really using a ruler. Just eyeball it. Who cares? We're trying to get this done quick for the table and sheet. And you don't even have to do the stuff I'm doing right now, right? We could be done already. Hell, you didn't even have to put a hinge on the door like we did. Right? Bingo. I'm just showing you how you can turn it into even something cooler for spending another, what, nickel. Right? This is probably a nickel's worth of plastic card. So, depending on how crazy you want to get, I've seen guys out there that make terrain that blows anything you can buy away, and they do it for a third the cost. You know? Just depends on how much you want to do. Do you want to buy some of the Hearst Arts molds and mold stuff out of plaster? You can do that, right? Door frames, doors, they've got consoles for the walls, they've got all sorts of crazy stuff. All right? So there you go. It was that easy. And you could go in, and I don't have any. I tried to get some here for this today, but I couldn't get any, and Amazon couldn't even ship me any next day. Is Plasticard rod, not tube, but rod. So actual solid rod. You can get it in like 1.5 millimeter or millimeter rod. So it's just a solid piece of plastic that's a cylinder, and you can cut into little pieces. You've probably seen people that do this in conversion work. You can cut it into little pieces, and as long as you don't let those little pieces fly all over the place, I typically will take it and lay down saran wrap over the tube and then cut the tube with the saran wrap on it, so all the little pieces are trapped in the cut pieces of saran wrap that you do. So if you can imagine this, right, being my unfortunately this is tube and I can't use it because it's hollow. But imagine this is solid rod. You would just put saran wrap over it on your desktop here, clear saran wrap, and then just go through and with your knife, just pop it, cut it into little cylinders, little pancakes as you go. The saran wrap will keep it trapped, and then you just pick off the pieces. Those are rivet heads. So each one of those little pancakes, cut it thin enough, and you could have rivets, and you could just go in and with your X-Acto knife, literally go in and, you know, pick up the little rivet, right? Imagine that was round, and then you just go in and put a drop of super glue on it, and bingo. And you can do that all along here, and you can make rivets all along these pieces of metal out of plastic tube. All right. Unfortunately, like I said, I just don't have any of the solid rod. I used the last of mine, and I forgot to get any. They didn't have any at Hobby Lobby today, so I kind of screwed myself. But you could do that in the corners of the doors. You can do that anywhere, and it really gives it that metal look, especially when you go back and paint it, because then when you go, if you dry brush it, then it's going to pick up all those rivets and look really bitchin'. So there you go. Some really cool fast texturing that's very sci-fi-esque on these buildings, right? You could do the same thing and come up from the two edges of the door to the corners here if we wanted to. We could do all sorts of crazy stuff, right? You could change and do it from side to side. We could basically take and did I cut another piece or am I out? I'm out. I used it all. Fantastic. I'm being efficient too. You can imagine you could come in and let's just draw it. You could come in with a piece of plastic card and come along this way, right? And then do another angled piece up, right? And then across, like so, and do plastic card like that. And then you could take one of the panels that we made, right? And shove one of those panels on there. Imagine how cool that would be, right? Or underneath. So now you've got these paper panels that we've glued on our wood pieces, right? And now you've got all those cool textures that you can basically give a dimension to your model with and literally just put plastic art on there too. And you can create it. You can go as crazy as you want. I mean, literally, you can get as nutso as you want to do. You want to put the round vents that we made up on there? Fantastic. Right? Like I said, you want to put the vents on the ceiling? Doesn't matter. But it's a cool piece of terrain, and we haven't even started painting it yet. And you can airbrush this just like you would any other terrain, any other model. You don't have to seal it. You just prime it like you would. It is a little thirsty because it's the card side, but not as thirsty as the bare foam. All right? So, I mean, it doesn't get much easier than that, guys. You like?
Very cool.
We got to cover this seam at some point. That's what we would do that with plastic card. Run a stream of or a seam of plastic card there, and maybe come out from the sides and make another design like we did on the side. Yeah, and you can use the rod. We can use the hollow rod. Makes good handrails. It makes good piping. This is what I use for pipe on all the broken bases we've been doing for Space Marines. I mean, having this stuff is not just for terrain. You'll use it with everything. The foam core, I don't really use foam core on bases very often because you guys have seen my bases using cork and mulch and things like that is a lot easier. So, you know, you don't really have to worry. I'm stoked that these things fit inside the plastic tube we had. That's awesome.
Yeah.
It just gives it kind of a detail on top. If you wanted to take another, I've got these. I was talking about these, so I broke them out. These are 3D printed crates. Now, these are wooden crates that I'm using for our Malifaux table, but they're just off of a 3D printer. Right, so it has a flat side that can't really be used for anything other than to sit on something, but you can imagine just making a box for like an air conditioning unit, and you could have an air conditioning unit that floated around on top, you know, and you can get textures for that too. So the sky's the limit once you figure out how to make simple shapes. Now, how are you going to make like a cylinder out of foam core? That's pretty tough. Can you do it? Yes. All right, the way to do a cylinder, I don't really want to waste my little piece, do I? Or do I?
Flip that. Marathon session will be tomorrow.
Yep.
Starting at noon Pacific time. And going until you can't see straight.
You got it. Noon Pacific till I drop. We're going to build
hand cramps up into a paintbrush holding claw.
We're not painting. That's the key.
No painting. Never mind.
That's the key. We're making a Centurion. We're making a Space Marine Centurion Salamander. If you wanted to make a cylinder out of this, you could. It is very difficult, I'll tell you that right out of the gates, because what you're going to want to do is my piece of drawing here. You've got to basically cut those slices like this. We would do it like this. We'd go. Because really, if you can make a square and a cylinder, then you can make anything, right? You're not going to make a cone out of foam core unless you're a hero. I'm not a hero. I just pretend to be one, right? So each of these lines, I come through with my angle cutter now, okay? So this is making a 45-degree indentation here. I'm just going, if you can see these pencil lines I've made, can you? You can't really see. I've made these pencil scribes on here. So watch as I go through, and I'm just going to cut along each one about 1/8 an inch off of my center line with the angle cutter. And I'm just doing the right side of each of these lines right now. Jen's watching intently, making sure I don't cut my fingers off.
I'm always concerned.
I would be worried if you weren't. Although your lack of faith is disturbing.
Well, I've already come home once to hear stories of X-Acto knives and
And they even saw that live.
blood and
They saw that live.
yeah.
Now we're getting these wedges that I'm cutting out of here. Oh, that's bad. No, that'll work. Whatever.
Hey,
We're not.
somebody likes us.
Axie AT, welcome! I am trying very hard to make a cylinder out of foam core board for these people very quickly, and it's not working because this edge here is being a bitch. This may not be as good of an idea as I thought. Okay, there we go. That's playing better. Problem is, you have to do these so close together that the foam core starts losing some of its integrity as you go. Right? See how I'm having to cut these divots very close, and I didn't measure any of this, so don't get mad at me if this looks like a pile of poop when I'm done. You'll get the gist. And again, this is not set deep enough to cut all the way through for obvious reasons. You don't want it to... God, man, really? The piece is just too small. It's pulling the paper. Alright. So we've gone in, and on each of those lines that I drew, I've done a 45 degree on each side, so I've made these notches that look like a beaver chewed them out, but forgive me, right? Now, what that will allow you to do is fold the foam core on each and every single one of those cut lines, right, at a 45 degree angle. And so you can imagine that as soon as I get them to all break over, right, and glue that last edge together, right, let's do that real quick. Make sure that you bend them all so that they're not fighting you again. Remember, every time you make a cut that doesn't go all the way through, you want to go ahead and overextend, right, or hyperextend those cuts so that they don't want to spread to back to flat. I mean, about like that is okay, but we'd really like to get it a little bit more. So I'm going to go ahead and stress it a little further, get all these little thin points by folding it more than I really need it to. That way it'll alleviate a little bit of that tension. Now I also need to cut these ends to have the same angle on them, which is going to be, good God, we're going to do that with this. We're going to do that here.
Yes, I'm enthralled. Fascinating stuff.
Alright, there you go. Now those will come together and actually get us our circle. So let's go and do those. So say you want to make a barrel or a water tank or something like that, bingo. You can do it. Look at that foam core board cylinder, right? And you saw me. I mean, like literally, we hacked this together. I didn't even measure it. I just drew a bunch of lines. Fuck it, who cares? Right? The nice thing with a cylinder is, I mean, you would want to measure it legit, like how big your circumference was, how much you want to make, stuff like that. But I mean, when you're just kind of sitting here goofing around trying to show how to make basic geometric shapes, because like if you make a cylinder and you can make a square, I mean. Well, and a rectangle, because a square is a rectangle is not necessarily a square. Geometry, it's key, right? So if you can make a cylinder and you can make a rectangle, then you can make pretty much any shape you want to, right? Except a cone. A cone's going to be really hard. You can do it out of foam core, you just got to cut a bunch of triangles and fold them around. But you're not going to do it out of one piece, right? Like we did this. So here you've got, you know, that could be, you know, some sort of a air unit or fan unit. And did we do this correct? Oh my God.
Oh, look at you.
Oh my God. Look, it's almost like I planned it that way. Look at me, right? So let's put one of our vents on there. Right? Vent cover. Look at that.
Look at that.
Look at that. Or because it's like a sci-fi thing, you could have it coming out the side. Right? It's like a like an exhaust port on the side of this thing, right? How about that?
Gosh.
like I said, foam core is your friend. It's super cheap, man. Literally super, super freaking cheap. Go buy a sheet of foam core board at Hobby Lobby. If you don't screw up like I did and buy the dry erase ones that cost like $6 a pop, which I didn't realize. You know, if you buy just the regular ones, they're like $2 for a 24 by 30 sheet. That's what I'm using, is the 24 by 30 sheets. So. Foam core is your enemy, Drip. I apologize. This is like the worst ever for you, isn't it? You're like, I can't stop watching. It's like a train wreck.
Here, well, that's...
Drunk Raccoons. What a great freaking name. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah, Viking. Did he post that link up?
It's not on your... He didn't upload it, but it's on...
But he put it...
in
Okay,
your
good.
Chat, yeah.
Good. Nice. Viking, it's looking awesome. If you guys didn't see Viking's link for his IG Commander's coat, it's looking really good. Yeah, and I've got... Like I said, we've got this... Ah! It popped apart. What the hell's going on here? What the hell? Why doesn't it want to first? Maybe because it's not making contact. Doesn't seem like it's actually touching where I wanted it to. I might have cut too much off. Your name is so old. Had it since RuneScape. Nice. You know, I used to see, like, when I first found Twitch, this is an irrelevant story. Irrelevant story number probably 9 of the night. When I first found Twitch, I was running through, going to, you know, because it has a list of all the games that people were watching, and there was a bajillion people watching RuneScape. This was years ago. And I was like, what is RuneScape? I've never even heard of this game. And I go and you look at it, and I'm like, it is literally, like, to me, it's like this 8-bit, you know, adventure game. I never understood, because I never played it, so I didn't know what it was all about. But there were all these people watching. There still are. It's like, well, so what's so amazing about that game? And it's like a, you know, an MMO kind of a thing, right? See, we could do that as a hatch, right? I've got the metal hatch there. We could do, like I said, vents of all sorts of shapes and sizes. You name it. Bingo. We got lucky. That was good that diameter was correct.
Yeah, that was good.
That was pretty bitchin'. So anyway, there's our working door with our paper hinge. Again, remember? Paper hinge. So it's just the paper that we pulled off the foam core that we cut out of the door. I mean, literally, it's recycling at its finest. That paper hinge will last a lifetime unless you just try to rip at the door, right? You'll be able to open and close the door anytime you want. If you try to open the door forward, it'll tear the hinge off, right? Because a paper hinge only works one way, just kind of the way it works, right? Unless you plan for it. If we angled here, I guess you could get around that. But so the paper hinge keeps the door in. We've got our nice little digital display here to get you in the door, right? So it's our lock, our Plasticard door frame, our cool Plasticard X, whatever the hell that's for, our cool furniture plug deals on the top of the tubes. I mean, literally, it's like you built it out of garbage, right? It's perfect. Go to some elementary school and rob their foam core pieces from art class. Go ask their art teachers if you can have the spare foam core if they ever use it for displays. Or ask the science teachers, right? Science teachers, because this foam core is the same stuff that they use for the science fair boards. Yeah. You know?
They have this trifold now that are big and gigantic.
I shit you not, you'd be able to find this stuff in the garbage. Hey, Orange fan, welcome! You know, you can find most of this shit in the garbage other than the super glue and probably these furniture plugs. And probably the plastic tube, although you might find something close, who knows. Right? So there you go. Cool infinity building. Now, we
don't condone stealing, but maybe ask if they are discarding anything.
Ibos, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, guys. Yeah, so they got a building that would be suitable for Infinity. It'd be great for Warhammer 40k. I mean, you can imagine taking these Terminators that we've been working, right? You know, I mean, it's the right scale for 28 mil of all sorts, right? So there you go. Let's turn this light back on. For those of you that are joining us for the first time, obviously it's terrain tutoring night. We are doing some just really good ways to build cheapo terrain for whatever games you're working on. Real sturdy stuff. You know, it's heavy duty. It doesn't have anything special in it. We've spent, I don't know, what would we say this cost us? A quarter? 50 cents, maybe? $1 if you wanted to be really pessimistic about it, that we've spent on materials. And in the $20 or so that I've spent on stuff to do these tutorials, we can make 21 buildings like this with bigger ones, all sorts of stuff. So, but for those of you that don't know that might be just joining us, I am a full-time commissioned painter as well. Generally, I don't just do stuff that doesn't include painting. So we're working on some Emperor's Children as a commission that I've been doing. But I wanted to take time tonight to do a tutorial because I posted up on Facebook some of the buildings that I have been making. How about this though? What if you're looking and you're like, okay, so now I got to paint it, right? So we got to take the time and the effort to actually put paint on this thing. And you want to say, well, that kind of defeats the purpose. That makes it take longer than I really wanted. Maybe that's, the thing that puts you overboard. And you say, okay, Fuse, it's cool, and I get how I can do it, right? But at the end of the day, it's easier to still just buy MDF terrain because I got to paint this, and I'm not really good with an airbrush, right? Because literally, if you're going to brush paint this, it's going to look hardcore. I mean, you got to be ready for what you're going to get with a brush, right? Because you're going to get brush streaks and stuff like that because it's a big flat surface. If you break it up with more, like if we went in and plastic-carded this design on here, if we put more of our vent stuff, our little wooden vents all over it, or more of our panels, right? We could put stuff like this all over it. Again, for those of you that might not have seen, these are just little pieces of balsa wood with textures that I printed out on my printer. I've got a PDF file that I can send to anybody that wants it that has all sorts of sci-fi textures on it already sized for these Hobby Lobby balsa wood pieces. This is 3/4 by 1.5 inches. The doors we've seen are 1 inch by 2 inch. Where was that other door? Where's the cool door? Where's the cool door? Oh. Some really cool door textures that I robbed off the internet, so they're nothing special, but and we basically just go in with a marker of a Sharpie and blacken the edges. You could paint the edges if you wanted to. I'm just, we're trying to blow through this and show you how fast you can get terrain on the table. But these are meant to just be panels or small access hatches and things like that you can use to spruce up your foam core so it doesn't just look like foam core terrain. This stuff can look better than MDF. It can look better than, molded plaster terrain. It can look better than anything out there. It's just a matter of how much time. But let's say you don't have an airbrush. You don't feel like painting all this terrain. You're worried about it. And you're like, nah, I'll just go ahead and spend $30 for a building. But what if I told you that you could use my printout sheets and you could come up with stuff like this and you could build foam core containers, right? The same way, right? And now you don't have to paint anything. This is literally just a glue-on deal that I found on the internet. Some company that offers them. I don't remember what they're called. Literally, it's an infinity container, right? And I made it out of foam core. And this is the other way that you can make walls out of one piece, okay? Because remember how this is actually...
He likes us.
Hey, what is that? TV Dog'em. TV Dog'em. Welcome. Thanks for the follow. Remember, this is one piece of foam core. All 4 of these walls are one piece. See the seam? So if you weren't here earlier, all we did is we laid out the foam core 18 inches long because we've got 2 5-inch walls on this and 2 4-inch walls. So 10 and 8 is 18 inches. So you just cut out a piece 18 inches if you want to make a 5x4. You cut out a piece 20 inches if you want to make a 6x4. Really easy to do. And then you just draw a line everywhere your walls stop, and or where your corners are, right? And then you make a slit with your foam knife. Just don't cut all the way through, right? This has a setting on it. We go back and review all this, right? This has a setting that I can make it to where it won't slice all the way through the foam core. So if I go a little bit further, there. You want it to where it's cutting about halfway is perfect, right? So now you can cut along those lines, but you're never going to cut all the way through. You won't even score the back side of the card, and then you just fold it. Now we chose on this style, you fold it to the outside of the cut, right? And so it opens a gap here at the corners. And so we filled that gap with Plasticard tube, put our furniture buttons on the top, and now you get this look, right? Which is a good tech look, right? It's like you can paint this, you can imagine this being a steel tube, and like on this side where it hits our steel supports, and you can do some really cool painting with this. You could have the inside be totally different, right? Put the Plasticard and weather it however you want. All sorts of possibilities there. But now on this one, this container that I made, this is also one piece of foam core folded around itself, but you'll notice how there isn't anything needed on the corners, right? It just rounds off. Now I glued the paper on here when it was flat and then folded it, so you'll see how the paper kind of broke, right? The smarter thing probably would have been to just cut the paper up. The paper is meant to be paper terrain, like you would print it on cardstock and fold it up and have a paper building. It wasn't meant to glue on to foam core, but you can, right? And now it's a lot sturdier. I mean, this is literally without a base. This is, look at that. I'm squeezing the hell out of that, and it's not really bending. So, I mean, the foam core is super sturdy. You can beat the crap out of this, right? And it's not going to do anything except maybe mar your paper surface. But as the paper gets marred, you just print it out and glue a new piece of paper on it. It's really that easy, right? So this is all just this stuff. Okay, because here's one right here. Oh, here, it's going to tell us the company maybe. TopSolitario.com. This is free. These are just PDFs that you can download. This is a whole building. The problem is they're built for A4 paper, which is a European paper, which is a little bit longer. It's like U.S. legal size almost, but I think it's also wider. So you need a printer that can print to full extents with full bleed, right? Because this needs to go this edge needs to go all the way to the outside of the paper for it to be kind of scale. Otherwise, this is really short. This is only like, I don't know, it's not even 2 inches tall for terrain, so it would be more like this, like a container. But they've got buildings like this, and you can imagine, like, if we built this, and you print out textures like this, you could literally just cut out these walls and glue them on here. Why not? Right? If you're good with Photoshop, make your own damn textures. Print it out on paper, glue it on just like we did our door, and at the end of the day, you didn't really have to do anything. You wouldn't really even have to paint any of it except maybe the trim around the doors, and hell, you could even leave that white if you wanted to. Right? Depending on your color scheme. But you can see, like, this can take the fear out of taking a building that you made yourself for 50 cents and, okay, now what do I do with it? Now my whole table looks like white poster board? No, you don't have to do that. You can just print these out. Right? Scale them up in Photoshop, whatever. And you can use these texture packs and just plaster them all over the place. I mean, look at this. I will use this. I mean, I will literally take this to the store and use it as scatter terrain, as a container. There's no reason not to. And it took me 5 minutes to build, right? Maybe 5-10 minutes? Literally. Right? The only thing I didn't do on this one is I was rushing and I didn't make my final corner. I didn't make my final connection in the middle like we did on the house. Right? You always want to try to make your final connection in the middle of one of your walls as opposed to your corners. On this style, you can technically do it in the corner. It's just that you barely got any place to glue it because you're split like this, right? So you would prefer to do it in the middle of a wall. Even though that means you have to cover it, right? That's easy. You just put a piece of Plasticard here or some putty, whatever you want. You can put putty and file it smooth, whatever you want to do, just like you were working with models. This one I was working fast to get it done so I'd have it to show you completed, and I forgot to do it here, and I just really quickly cut it. But on this one, just like we built our cylinder, right? Remember how we did this in foam core, right? And we just did all these cuts that were with the angle cutter? That's how we did this. So instead of folding to the outside of the cut, we folded to the inside and made 45-degree angle cuts. So when we fold it, it gives you that rounded edge, which is nice. I mean, that's actually better for a high-tech look, in my opinion. And we don't have to worry about putting rods or balsa wood or anything like that. This foam abuse. Right? So I love that one. I mean, that's done deal. Right? All I need to do is get that word I can't pronounce that Jen said and seal this paper up, because that'll help you from marring the paper. Mod Podge. Mod Podge. And it's like a glue, she says. It's like a white pasty glue, but it dries clear. And if you put it over this, it seals all the paper and all of your print stuff. And supposedly won't smear the inks or anything like that. So I know there are also spray sets that you can use. They're like a varnish that won't run the ink either. So, because like I said, I just printed this out on my I almost said dot matrix printer. On my inkjet printer. Good God, I'm old. I did have a dot matrix printer, by the way. Hey, and look, we even made our building the right size that we can stack our container on top of it. Look how cool we are, right? All right, Viking, take it easy, man. Good to have you here. Yeah, Zathamiel, the only thing I would worry about is you want one that has... they make spray set stuff that's specifically for artwork. I would be worried that some of my other varnishes would cause this ink to activate, since it's just inkjet ink. Maybe not. We could try it. But, you know, you would want some sort of an art varnish over this. And at the Hobby Lobby, they sell it in spray cans and things like that. Or you could get the Mod Podge that Jen's talking about. Right. There you go. You got Infinity Terrain right there. Super easy. You could use it for Warhammer. You can do anything. The company that sells, or I'm sorry, not sells, this Top Solidario company is mostly Infinity stuff, but if you just look for paper terrain on Google, literally that's what I type, paper terrain. And you'll find companies that have really cool Warhammer 40K terrain with the Imperial Eagle on the graphics and the artwork with, you know, like posters that say join the Imperium and all sorts of really, really cool textures. They're free to download. They just give you a PDF, you print it out on your printer, you cut it out, you glue it to whatever you made. And if you want to make sure that it fits, download it, print it, and then build your foam core to whatever you printed out. Like if we were going to build this building right here, I just measure all this and we build the foam core to it. Simple as that. That's what I did here. I just cut out the paper, said, okay, that needs to be this big, and then I built my foam core and pasted it on. I was a little short because I did my corner wrong, so I had to blacken the corner here real quick with marker. But again, nobody's going to bitch at you if you show up with terrain like this for the store. Right? All right. Any questions about that? Again, here's a quick look at the graphics that I've thrown together. This is the Photoshop that I've got, and I can save it off in a JPEG or whatever, PDF or whatever you need. It's multi-layered. So if anybody wants this, like I said, just contact me and you give me your email address, and I'll gladly email it to you. And you can use all these doors and stuff like that I've already got made. And they're made specifically to fit the Hobby Lobby stuff. But you could cut your own balsa wood if you didn't have it. So it's just the wood pile stuff from Hobby Lobby. It's the random rectangle bag and the random circular bag. And again, these are just like 1.5 millimeters thick pieces. But it's super simple. It's $1.99 for the bag, and you don't have to cut anything, and you get, you know, doors like we showed you. Still mad I didn't put that door on there. Just because it has more detail, right? It just looks more like a space.
Just have to make another one.
Just gotta throw it away and make another one. Alright, good. So there we go. So you guys got to learn something, and I got free Infinity terrain. Well, 50-cent Infinity terrain, right? Alright, so let's say, okay, you don't really want to do, you know, sci-fi terrain, or what you want to make is walls, blown up walls for your Gothic battleground and stuff like that. So I showed you this one at the beginning, which is also just a piece of foam core board, right? And this one's got some balsa on it, right? Hey, Rab, what's going? Rabibi. I'm going to butcher that name. Welcome.
Rabobi.
Yeah, exactly, Zathaniel. That's what I'll do on that one, or I'll glue the other paper on it. Wink, wink. I mean, like I said, the easiest thing about the paper glued on is that you can change one door to this door if you want to. Real simple. You just got to glue it on there. But let's say you want to do Malifaux terrain. So this is my Malifaux house, one of them, and I haven't finished painting it yet. But you know, now we get a totally different look with the exact same materials. I mean, literally, this is the same method of building, but now we've got an old world style house. Okay. So this one I did in brick. The clock tower that I've done, I'll leave that there. Clock tower I did in stone. It's not finished yet. I've just got a base layer of paint on it. Rabubi. All right.
Thank you for the phonetic spelling.
And welcome. Hope your Friday night's going well. So this is a clock tower that I'm currently working on. Again, this is just for Jen and I's personal Malifaux table that we're building up so that we can play here at the house. I wanted a clock tower and a fountain. So I made a fountain with a clock tower. And I'm going to do resin on the inside of this. You can just pour the epoxy resin because it doesn't get hot as it cures. You can just pour it in here. I've got to seal the inside of this as best I can. I should have done that prior to putting the clock in here, but I'm stupid. So we'll see how that works. I might wind up with resin leaking out the sides, but it'll give it character, right? So, but anyway, this is just Plasticard that I cut out some Plasticard clock hands, right? And I think I actually, I got it the same time. It's 10 to midnight on both clocks. So somehow I pulled that off. It's foam core. It's done in the same way that we did the Infinity building we just built. This is one piece of foam core. It's just cut, split along the corners, and then folded around and glued together. But this one's glued together on one of the corners. Because I was doing stone, I didn't want the seam in the middle. So think about that. Remember how I just told you that you generally want to make your wall split on the middle? Unless, of course, you're doing stone or brick, and only then if you want to cover it with like balsa wood and make it like a beam in the middle where you have that seam. For that, I would always suggest doing a corner like this. And I'll show you why, because obviously it's going to be hard to etch all this stone in if you have a big seam running right down the middle. And balsa wood instead of plasticard in the corners, just square balsa. Again, up here, same thing. This is just another unit that I built and folded across and glued in a bottom to it. And then foam core on the the tops of the roof, and then more balsa wood, which I just put a big gap in, all that. So literally cheap ass balsa plank and foam core, and that's all this is, and a little bit of plasticard for the pockets. Can't beat it.
Rububu means Spider-Man in one of the African native languages.
Oh, nice.
That's really cool.
Well, welcome from South Africa. Good to have you. All right, so let's show you how to texture foam core, because to this point we've just been using it straight out. Same here, foam core, balsa wood for my window frames. You can see how the window frames are literally just individual pieces of balsa. I was lazy as hell. I cut 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces of balsa and threw them in there. This is actually foam core. This is the window is the foam core that's left over. I just cut squares out of it. See? So there's nothing to it. I didn't have to build that. That's why this one's busted up, because sometimes the foam core tears on you, but it gives it kind of that broken window look. Same here. Just foam core in the middle, wood on the outside. Perfect. Makes it look like you built this whole thing out of balsa wood, but I just cheated. You know, there's nothing special here. The rest is painted with silly craft paints, you know, the 50 cent a bottle craft paints, and I just dry brushed and done a little highlighting on it, you know, made it really easy. Gave it a kind of a mossy, wet look on the bottom. I airbrushed the primer on it. I'm afraid of spraying like a Body Shop primer, you know, spray can primer on the raw foam, so I don't usually do that. I usually use my airbrush and acrylic primer. You could probably do better by just buying some gesso from the hobby shop and just slopping gesso all over it. That'd be your best bet. That would also give it a better texture. It wouldn't be so rough, because when it's rough on the textured part of the foam, now that we've removed the paper backing from it, like the paper backing is still here on the inside, because I don't care what the inside looks like, but we removed it on the outside so we could score all the brick in. But because it's rough, the more you bang this around, the better chance you have of like the corners, you know, losing paint and things like that. I textured them a little bit, but anyway, the roof, same thing. The roof is all foam core, 2 pieces of foam core to form the base point. The ends are foam core as well. One of the cool things that I've done here, and this is a good point to start talking about it, is that by removing the paper backing on the foam, right? Remember how we tore the paper backing off on this so that we could make our door hinge? This is the piece we cut out for our door on our other building, right? When we took the paper off one side, it didn't all quite come off. This is something that you can use to your advantage, because what does that look like, right? If I come in here on this with my scratch awl, right, and I do this, just real quick for shits and giggles, let's do this. Now what does it look like? If I can get it to where you can actually see it, right? Come on, lamp. Now what does it look like? Right? I just scratched in a couple of bricks, right? But the part that wasn't torn off looks like what? Maybe old plaster that hasn't quite fallen off the brick, right? Because remember that on old buildings, they were brick, and then they plastered over the brick in a lot of cases in order to make them not look like brick, right? And so when the plaster comes off due to battle damage or whatever else is going on, you can use that paper that didn't get torn off of there, right, as plaster. And so that's what I've done on the eaves and the top part here, is that I wanted this to look like various layers of plaster and crap. That not like this would be brick behind it, but that it might be you know, actual like plaster and lath type work, as opposed to having a hard surface behind. So where the paper was left, I went in and with my awl, my scratch awl, I went in and just scratched around the leftover paper to give it a dimension, to make it look like it was on top even more. and then the bottom layer is there. So when I go back and paint this, I'll paint these islands, you know, that are spotty out here in a different color, like the outside of the house would have been, and then the lower color will be maybe darker and grittier. Kind of like when the plaster's falling off the side of the house here, right? Because we have a stucco house in Arizona, and every now and then where the sprinklers hit it, the plaster will start to peel off. So this is the kind of look that I was going for. So again, just foam core, right? But you can make a lot of really cool texturing things happen just by not pulling all the paper, just being rough with it, just going like peeling off a Band-Aid and running with what you got, right? Look at this. This was totally different, but same idea. And I didn't scrape around this one. I can show you right now. Just go in and with the awl, just kind of run it along that outside. That. Push down into the field to give it a little bit more depth. Right. Easy. Now for shingles, there's a lot of ways to make shingles. There's some people that go crazy and take balsa wood and cut out individual shingles. Great, whatever. Seems like a pain in the ass to me. These are cereal boxes. This is a part of a cereal box that I just cut up. Let me see if I can find the rest of the box. So this was part of this. What was this? Frosted Mini Wheats. This was part of our Frosted Mini Wheats box. So I basically just keep cereal boxes from time to time. It's good cardboard, right? And so you just take it and cut it into strips, and then take each of those strips, because each one of these is a full strip. These are connected along the horizontal. And then you just come in with your X-Acto knife and cut these little triangles out, and then score it back a little bit, right? Each of these can be flat, so you can lift them up like I've got them here so they look uneven. It's cereal boxes, dude. It literally is not hard. And it's free, right? Go digging through your neighbor's trash. You'll find tons of stuff. It's awesome. Actually, I eat Frosted Mini Wheats, so there you go. Yeah, Zathamiel, you can use ball styluses. You can... Hey, Slow, why is everything missing the box in the pantry? Exactly, right? Where did all the boxes go? I keep my cereal in a big plastic airtight container from the days when I used to travel. It was funny. In my motorhome, I didn't have a cabinet that was cereal box depth, but I love cereal. So I couldn't put the cereal boxes in the one cabinet I needed them in, so I found these plastic containers that would hold damn near two boxes of cereal in each one, in the tall ones. So I would buy 2 boxes of cereal, and because I didn't have the space to put 2 boxes, I had this big, tall plastic thing that would fit in there because it was narrow and wide and tall, and I'd pour both boxes in there, and then I had all these cardboard boxes. So I still do that, and I get to use my cereal boxes to make Barbie houses out of, right? War Barbie houses. And then this roof just has a piece of balsa wood across the top as a rain cap on it, right? So it's just 2 pieces of balsa wood. You can see my seam. I don't even care about the seam. Who cares? Paint it, whatever. It looks like an old house. Right? But once I haven't figured out what color I want the roof. I did these little pieces of foam core just super glued in here, just random scraps, because it lines up the roof. Because for Malifaux, I wanted to be able to fight inside the house. So, you know, if you have objectives that are inside, you can do that. So the roof is meant to come off. I just kind of haven't figured out what I want the roof. Maybe red, maybe green. Maybe not green. Maybe like red or something on the tile of the roof. I didn't do a door on these. I didn't care about it. I made them big enough to where the main Malifaux bases can, you know, go in the doorway. Right? So, anyway. So with our Infinity Terrain, we were using the paper on, right? Sidebound, and you blow your house in. No. Chop up old phone books.
Yeah, like the cover.
Nice. None of the hard covers were ever left on the books. That's a great idea, man. All right, so let's make some space here with all our cool crap. Let's get another thing. And I need to make, just real quick, I need to make a planter for some trees. We got some trees. Huh. So I'm thinking we'll make a planter just to show you real quick how to do the stonework. We've already seen a house. You get that if you can make the shapes and etch the stone, you can do it. These are just Woodland Scenics good line of trees, I guess I'd call them. I don't know why they're called a good line, but they are. So this is just a woodland scenic tree. But I want to build a planter for Malifaux that is kind of like scatter terrain. So let's measure how big this tree is.
Who still uses phone books anyway? We get them like dumped at the door.
I pick them up and I put them in the trash dump.
Recycle.
I don't even know why there's a phone book. Why do they spend time to make those things? All right, I'm thinking maybe 3.5.
Throw back my legs and
Shogoff, thank you so much for the sub.
Nice.
Throw back my legs and poop myself in excitement. All right, I think we'll make this 3.5 by 3.5. Just so the thought being there that when it's stacked in with other terrain and we're moving it around, if I make it to where the base is bigger than the circumference of the tree itself, I have less of a chance of shit banging up against the tree because these trees aren't very durable. Right? Make sense? So we're going to make a 3.5 by 3.5 square planter. Doesn't have to be very tall, but I want the tree to sit up. So it's going to have, let's draw. Let's draw. Let's plan things. It's so nice to plan. I like when we have a plan. All right, so let's make a planter that is basically like this. 3.5, 3.5, 3.5, 3.5. So it's 3.5 inches square. Right? Let's do it to where it. Let's do it to where it doesn't have stone corners, so I can show you how to do that. Right? So not stone corners, but we won't do the corner like we did the other one. The other one had the inset where we had to fill it with wood. Do we want to do that or do we not want to do that? I say let's just have it be wrapped around like it was one big stone thing and no wood on the sides. And then we'll do wood on the top edge of the planter, like a bench seat kind of a thing. How about that? Like I did on the clock tower. So we'll do some balsa wood so we can see that in action. Right? We'll do some wood across the top here. And then what we want is it on the inside, I want this inside level to be raised, kind of like we did the roof on our Infinity building, so that the tree sits up this high, right? Mm-hmm. And I can go in and do terrain in here, right? I'll do some of the basing material in here, and I can still paint it, and it's not so low in there that then the whole, you can imagine if we make the thing too deep and we stick it in the bottom, then the tree really looks like a bush, right? So we want it up so it looks like a tree. And give some extra height to the tree anyway. So probably sink this in like 1/4 of an inch, something like that. Just enough to where the dirt's not all the way over the top. Make sense? All right, so let's do that. It's always good to draw it and get an idea. So again, 3.5 times 4 is 14. Anyone?
Yes.
Little Duels, what's going on? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I guess I should stop, because I'm on such a roll. We haven't even really mentioned Critical Mass tonight. We've been going for 3 hours, and I haven't really even spoken about it, have I? I think right at the beginning. So Critical Mass, for those of you that are new and don't know what we do here, Critical Mass is our continuing string of giveaways. We do really cool shit giveaways here, by the way. The current one is a fully painted Space Marine Ravenwing detachment. It is 23 models that are valued in the box at $600 or something like that. So it's ridiculous. It's this. So if you were to go out and buy 3 Dreadnoughts, 2 Scout Squads, and 10 Speeders, which one of them you can't even get anymore, I don't think you can get the Master of Ravenwing on a Speeder. So it's got the Master of the Ravenwing on a Speeder, 3 squadrons of Speeders, 3 Dreadnoughts with assault cannons and missile launchers, 2 Space Marine Scout Squads with sniper rifles and heavy bolters. So 23 full models. And like I said, that's like $600 worth of models just by itself. It also comes with a Army Transport soft case with all the pluck foam trays for it. So it comes to you ready to go. You can throw that over your shoulder and go play at your local store. It was 1,250 points back in the day. I don't know how many points it is now. So that's what you get when we get to the $600 mark. So as soon as the channel accumulates $600 worth of donations, it triggers the giveaway. How do you get points to get into the giveaway? By donating. So every $5 you donate to the channel gets you 1 VIP point. You can trade those VIP points in for raffle tickets towards the giveaway when it gets there. By placing pictures of your work in progress. Through the night you'll look at chat and it talks about going to slowfusegaming.com and the user gallery there. And in our user gallery, it's all you guys' art, and all you have to do is click the add photo button on that page, and you can upload your current miniature work. Due to some nefarious goings-on the last Whip Wednesday that we had, I have to go in and approve all of the pictures before you actually see them. But as long as the uploader tells you that it went through, trust me, it's there. I'll just have to approve it. It may take me a day before I get in there and approve them sometimes, depending on when you upload. But please do upload. It's better if you upload on Wednesdays because that's when we kick off the week-long giveaway. And what happens is that the picture that gets the most upvotes, you'll notice on every picture there's a thumbs up thing. You can't thumbs down. You can't give rude comments. So don't be worried about posting your pictures. Nobody can say anything mean. Nobody can make fun of you. It's full-on safe zone, all right? Mm-hmm. And if you get enough upvotes, if you get the most upvotes from Wednesday to Wednesday, then on that following Wednesday you get a VIP point. That VIP point is technically worth $5, so you get a free $5 if you get the most upvotes. So place as much of your work in progress there as you feel confident with. Every Wednesday I'll take them all down, and we'll start fresh. And we'll start with a whole new batch of pictures that people post, and whole new batch of voting, and then the next week you give away another VIP point or two. The other way is that you just simply hang out in channel here. Every 5 minutes you earn what is called a slow buck, which is our channel currency. You can use the channel currency to do miniature battles. You'll find guys doing that. It's playing virtual miniatures games. The bot makes fun of you when you lose, but you can spend your slow bucks there. You can also spend your slow bucks on music selections whenever we have the jukebox open. You can request songs. And whenever we hit the $600 target on our donation ticker, then we also do a raffle that you buy into with Slowbucks to win a VIP point. And sometimes it's one person, sometimes it's two people. On a big one like this, we'll probably raffle off 2 or 3 VIP points. So you can get them just for being here and being cool. You can get them for donating. You can get them for subscribing to the channel. Down below, you'll see our Game Wisp link, and if you go to Game Wisp, you can subscribe on either Tier 1, which is $4.99 a month. There you go, Joe Darkblade coming in strong, getting himself a VIP point. Thank you, Joe. Good show, my man. Thank you. And you can, sub Tier 1 is $4.99 a month, and that gets you 1 VIP point every month that you sub and resub, and Tier 2 is $9.99 a month, and that gets you 2 VIP points. So you can have those, you can bank them. If you go to slowfuse.com, again, go to the website and look at the events page, and on that events page, you'll see a listing of everybody in their current allotment of VIP points. If a drawing comes up, like this one, you don't want any Raven Wing, you can say, hey, Slowfuse, just bank my VIP, and we just hold them back, and you don't have to enter the raffle at all. So, like Joe right there got 1 VIP point. If he's not interested in the Raven Wing, when the giveaway comes, he just says, hey, bank my VIPs. He's not in the drawing. We give the Raven Wing to somebody else, and whatever comes up next, he can choose to be in. So it's a real flexible system. It's a way of giving back to you for helping us continue and to grow the channel. Thank you so much. Means a ton just to have you guys here. More prison love.
Prison love.
I feel it. It hurts. It hurts. All right. 3 by 3. 3.5 by 3.5 by 3.5 is 14. 14 inches, so I need 14 inches. I get emails that tell me it can do that for me. Always concerned. How do they know my email address? And how do they know what visits I've made to websites? 14 inches. Again, remember, we're going to make the wall in one piece. We're just going to measure out a 14-inch long piece of foam core. Could you make it in 4 pieces? Sure, you're just making it really tough on yourself. How high do we want the thing overall? How high is this tree? Tree's 4 inches, so let's make the whole thing 2 inches tall. What do you say? No? 1.5 inches tall, maybe? What do you think? If it's 2 inches and it makes it 6 inches tall.
How tall is that little box right there?
This one?
No.
This
that
one?
Yeah.
Same exact. I don't know how I got that right, but this is probably 1.25 inches. That's about an inch.
Okay.
Maybe 1.5 inches?
1.5 inches.
Taller than dudes. They're like 2 inches, right? At 28 mil, or like 2 inches. Maybe like 4 3/4 if we get it that way. Let's make it 1.5 inches, just because the stone is going to be a little bit more recognizable at that height. It may be a little high, but let's do arg. What do you guys think? 1 inch would make sense against the people, right? Against the minis themselves. Let's make it 1 inch.
That's true. You don't want them to be too much taller, right?
Yeah, let's make it 1 inch, because we're going to put balsa wood on the top anyway. It's going to be kind of strange, because it'll be very, very long and very, very narrow. But we can do it. We can make it happen. We have the tools. You get Slowbucks slowly. That's why you battle with them. We have the tools. We can rebuild them. Yeah, some channels give away a ton of currency, and I never understood that. Like, people have like 1 million. It's like it becomes valueless at that point. This way, you earn enough every hour to get 1 song request in. You earn enough. Generally, the raffle tickets to get VIP points with Slowbucks are only 10 Slowbucks, 10 to 12 Slowbucks. So it's not like that costs a lot. Everything's cheap with them, but it makes them more valuable. It makes you want to think about how you spend your Slowbucks, right? Because if you just spend them willy-nilly on trolling with bad songs, then when the raffle comes up, you won't have enough to get a raffle ticket. It's like real money, man. You gotta work for it. Assuming you actually have to work for real money where you come from. I don't know. Oh, did I did. Dadgummit. See, I didn't check. I didn't check, and we didn't cut all the way through that time. That time we did. Alright, I need my assist board here.
I'm going to review your tools. Tell them what you're using to cut that.
Yes. Okay. So when you're working with foam core, there's 2 essential tools in my opinion. They make lots of foam core tools, and they make them for doing everything. So if you're, want super crafty, collection of all the tools, you can buy whatever you want. For me, I use this, which is a Foamworks. I don't know what. I think this is just called a straight cut. All this will do is cut straight. It will align the blade on the left or the right. So if you're right-handed, you can put the blade here so you can trace it. I'm lefty, so I have it on this side. So it's great that it's ambidextrous. It also lets you set the depth of the cut. So it'll cut from, like a 1/16 of an inch all the way to a 1/2 inch. So if I do this thing all the way down, it'll go all the way and cut a 1/2 inch of foam, which is great if you're doing pink or blue foam, the insulation foam, the dense insulation foam. If you're making like a tabletop gaming surface, this will cut through the 1/2 inch stuff if you're making hills and mountains and stuff. The nice thing is that because you can set your height, as you saw right then, you can cut to where you're only making a small indentation, which we do a lot. We're gonna do that next to make our walls, so we don't cut all the way through. That's the key to making this buildings and like this tree planter and everything out of one piece of foam core. Is you need this depth guide, right? A normal X-Acto knife, you're not gonna get that, right? It's just your hand hoping you don't cut through. So this is invaluable. Great tool, 20 bucks, 17 bucks. The other one is the angle cutter, made by the same company, Foamworks.
Hey,
Foamworks.
he likes us.
Magnetic Nerd, great name.
Magnetic
Welcome.
Nerd.
This one is set up to it can do straight cuts. If you flip this thing around, it'll do flat 90-degree cuts. But I always leave it on this because obviously we have the 90-degree cutter here. And this makes the 45-degree cuts that are so important for like making this cylinder, right? When we made this cylinder, all of these inside cuts had to be 45 degrees. If they were just straight cuts, they wouldn't fold in on themselves, right? And we're going to do that on this one to make this wall as well. So I need my guide. We need to do this in 3.5, 3.5, 3.5, 3.5, right? And I don't really care. We're going to do it this side out. So I want to make my cuts on this side. Whenever you're using the method that we're using now, where you're going to make it in complete one piece with no need to add anything on the outside, it'll be one continuous fold. You want to use the surface that you want to the outside. You want to cut on the opposite side. Does that make sense? Because we're going to do our groove cuts here, which means it's going to fold on this side. So you want your outer surface out here. And because we're doing this, we're going to take the paper off and score this to make it look like stone. We want to get rid of the shiny surface. I don't know if you guys can tell. This is like, for some reason, you can kind of see it's high gloss. For some reason, I bought the dry erase marker one. I'm an idiot. Okay. All right. So there we go. So we're going to cut on this side. Remember, we want to have our wall stop in the middle of a wall. So because each one is 3.5, that means every 1 3/4, or at least at the beginning here, at 1 3/4, right? 1 3/4 is where I want my first cut to start.
This is unrelated, but Mathis asked if he could send a picture of a model he's working on and get some advice on what direction for the blending.
Definitely, man.
I figured that would be yeah.
Do you want to post it up here and talk about it tonight, or do you want to email it to me? Either way is good for me. I don't care. You got my email. Okay, so we've done that one. That is half of one of the walls. Because all the walls are the same size, now we just want to go 3.5. Go 3.5 here. Another 3.5. I like it when it's a square. Squares are easier. I don't have to remember too hard of math. One more 3.5. And this should be 1 3/4, which it is. Alright? So, again, just as a recap for those that might not have been here when we were doing this the first time, why do we do it this way? Well, our wall length is 3.5 inches. Alright, so we want to keep that. So we've set up to where we're drawing our corners. Right? And because we want this to join in the middle of a wall, and the reason for that is because if we were to cut it 3.5, if instead of this line here, right? If we went 3.5 for our first wall, 3.5 for our second, 3.5 for our third, and then we had 3.5 here, when we bent it all around, these would wind up connecting at a corner. And that's what I did here on this fast infinity container that I made. And see how all of the corners have a nice radius to them, except for the last one. You're never going to make this a nice radius by trying to carve it. It's a pain in the ass. So I made this one quick. Normally I would have had it connect here in the middle so that all the corners are round. Right? And you've got this one wall, you just start here, like we did here. Our walls are 3.5 inches, so your first corner comes in half of that distance. And your last corner exits out half of that distance. So that now when this whole thing folds around, you've got one wall with a slice right down the middle. Right? Not optimum for doing stone, but it's going to work. Bear with me. Alright, so the first thing we want to do, set this up. And this is our angle cutter. Right? So instead of like last time, we just did our straight cutter and we cut all the way, well not all the way, but we cut halfway through and we just broke it over and we wound up with these corners, right? When we did that, here's our seam in the middle. Here we broke them over and now we had a gap. On our tech building, we filled that gap with plasticard and I should have done it just so when I show the building off that it showed it, but we'll put a plasticard piece here as a way to seal this seam. Or I'll use putty, whatever. It's just like, you know, doing normal model work. You can fill this however you'd like, right? So, okay. So when you're cutting a 45, I've been doing this enough that you basically come over 1/8 of an inch to the side of the line. You guys won't be able to see it really well here. Maybe I can zoom in some. Like that, okay? So you'll notice how I'm really coming in about 1/8 of an inch to the side of this line because that's where my angle is going to pick up, and then I just pull right alongside. So I didn't cut the line, I cut 1/8 inch to the outside of it, right? And I move to my next one. Same thing here. I'm not cutting all the way through. I have my blade depth set. I just have used this enough. I know that for 3/16 I leave my blade at that line and we're golden. Right. And one more. Like that. Turn it around. Flip it so that now you're cutting the same way. You don't because this thing is ambidextrous, but once you get it set, it kind of only cuts in one direction, so it's easier to just always make your pulls the same way. All right, so we'll do the same thing again, but now we're actually cutting the other side, and you'll notice that when I do that, now I get a little triangle pyramid chunk that comes out, and I get this trough that we've cut in it, but we haven't cut all the way through, right? So that lets us bend this and form our wall corner that way. Right? Had we just made a slit here, you wouldn't. If you bent it, it would just break. So you got to get rid of material so that it'll fold in on itself.
That made it a lot easier to see the little cylinder.
Yeah.
You're just going to see.
I blew through the little cylinders.
Yeah.
Really quick, so I apologize. This is definitely not good. Alright. So again, about 1/8 of an inch to the outside of your center line. And if you wanted to be sure, you could measure those and draw them out. You know, I've done it enough that I'm blowing through here, so bad teaching on my part, I apologize. You guys are smart, you'll get it. Okay, so now we've got all of our notches cut in our 14-inch stone wall. Now before we go any further, what we have to do is we have to etch the stone in, okay? Because we can't do too much if we go ahead and bend it all and form our planter, right? Notice that we've got our nice 3.5-inch square, right? Just exactly like we wanted. But if I were to glue this together, etching the stone, it's just a little tougher, right? Because you've got to just work side to side and work, and you have to, you know, etch over these corners. Much easier to etch it while it's laid out like this, okay? Well, is it though? Because if I do this, I'm wondering if I should maybe go ahead and glue it.
Oh, that seems like it'd be a lot harder.
Yeah, I'm just going to do it flat. We're just going to do it flat. All right, so basically, easy peasy. You just want to come here and make sure you grab enough of the paper to get it all so you don't leave any. Right? You want to pick all of that. Not going to want to play right, is it? There we go. Oh my god. Sometimes it just hates me. Try from the other end. Sucks if you have to spend a lot of time going through and picking the rest of the paper off, but it looks like that's what this piece is going to be. Yep. Oh, great. Oh well. Oh, god. Drag.
An expensive foam core.
It is. You know, it is. It's the fact that I got this foam core that has the damn dry erase on it, because the dry erase side is the side you want to get rid of, but it's the one that for some... Ah, there we go. You get it that time? Ah, yeah. Why is... Oh, no. See? Alright, as I say something, want to say something good about you, and you screw me. Great. Awesome.
You're forgetting the heat gun trick to remove the paper? You know about this?
Heat gun trick?
No.
Oh my god, and it broke too.
Oh no!
Yeah. That's why I was thinking it might have been better to hold the paper, because with the paper on the inside, scoring the outside is a complete pain in the ass. This may not work the way we wanted it to. Hang on. Let's see if we can make this happen. May not work the way we want it to.
Or it depends on the day.
What's that?
How long you stream normally.
Yeah.
Kind of depends, right?
Yeah. I think I am going to go ahead and glue it just so I can make sure that we secure these corners before we etch it. It's going to be a little cockamamie because of that break right there, but that was because I cut it in too deep when I was peeling. So let's go back. And one of the things you want to do when you're carving on the backside that we didn't have to do on the other buildings is you want to put some super glue into all of the seams, okay? Before we didn't have to worry about it because we had paper on both sides. So when there's the paper holding it together on both sides, you're like not really concerned. Okay.
I've got two kinds of wet in my pants.
Who's that? Jade! Jade Mesa! What's happening? Alright, so that's that. Let's get that holding up. It wants to break again, doesn't it? Son of a bitch.
Hmm.
We're hoping to stop. I don't know how lucky we're going to be here. Jade is another great streamer, part of the Blue family. If you have not dropped a follow at his channel, you should go check him out.
Ask him what you're working on.
We are building terrain, man. It is terrain tutorial day. And the goal is showing everybody how to get really good, really cheap foam core terrain. Right now we're making a 3x5 or 3.5 by 3.5 planter. But because I'm doing it so narrow, it's not really playing the way I want it. I should have thought about that before we peeled the paper off. Gone ahead and glued it all together. Although then taking the paper off would have really sucked this time around. Alright. That should hold. We can hope.
Looking at that. It was really small, so I zoomed in a little.
Yeah, it's his bust, his Space Marine bust. You're asking me where you should take it from now. Mappus, what are you stuck on? What are you wanting to do next?
The backpack blue, it's got an overhang from the part that is black.
It's got an overhang from the part that is black.
And then a complete overhead light source a little from the front.
If you're asking whether or not you should highlight like the part in the back, did he link it here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, kind of right up in the middle.
Hang on, let's pull this up. Mathis has got a question about painting a Space Marine bust, so let's look at it real
Yeah, right
quick. Let's look at it. Let me put it up. I think I can get you here. Yeah. Alright, yeah, and you should be able to see my cursor too. Alright, on this, I would say maybe move around. I don't want to. If you're asking whether or not to highlight here, I would say on this piece, your best bet is to highlight it a little bit at the bottom and work towards the top. Not a whole lot, like not even as much as you have here, right? But you could also grab this corner and not be really too bad off if you wanted to, right? So I might do a little bit of highlighting along these edges here and here, and then a little bit from the bottom edge, like maybe up just beyond this rivet, right? Does that make sense? So if you give a little bit of highlight just along the edge, let it go dark as it comes in towards the plate with the Ultramarine logo on it, right? So just a little highlight along this edge, right? Or if you're going to leave this over here blue, then you could highlight that one instead. But if you're going to go in with this metallic, I would assume that you're going with these on the side plates as metallic. So if so, then come in and just highlight the edge here a little bit, like half and half this distance. And then right up to just above the rivet here on the bottom. Right? And why on the bottom? You can treat it as kind of a secondary glow. You can imagine that, you know, it would be reflective from everything else, but you don't want to be as dramatic as you have been on the top. So just a little bit coming up from the bottom, and then these two edge sides here. That would be my the best way to say it. Jade's got breakfast. What? It's 10 o'clock at night, man. What are you talking about? Sweden or something. Yeah, to your mid-tone. Yeah, exactly. Like maybe not go straight to your top highlight. Maybe just to this mid-blue. That would probably be your best bet. There you go. Easy peasy.
I'm getting tired.
You are?
Yeah.
There is no tired.
And my back hurts.
There is no tired. There is no back hurts. These are not things we allow. Alright, so that one's okay. We got a little bit of seam there that I wish we didn't have because we cracked it, but you guys will get the gist. May have to wind up redoing this for the actual table, depending upon how well it holds together, but right now we're going to go with it. Gotta peel the rest of this paper off. Didn't get quite all of it.
Stupid o'clock. Shogoth's going to bed.
Alright, Shogoth, take it easy.
Rest up for your fun day tomorrow.
Yeah, easy, right?
Yeah.
I gotta get to bed too. What the hell am I doing?
10
Michelle,
o'clock.
I'm gonna carve stone in this and see if we can't get it done, and then I'm done. 'Cause I gotta do this all day tomorrow.
Yeah.
We're doing a full all-day stream in celebration of 3,000 followers tomorrow. So for those of you that weren't here when we announced it earlier in the week and weren't here earlier, now you know. So clear your plates tomorrow. Come hang out with us. We're going to build and convert a Space Marine Centurion into a Salamander Centurion. Right? And we'll be taking recommendations from the crowd as to how far we'd take it, but I plan on right now, I've got the bits for Heavy Flamer. The Sponson Heavy Flamers off of a Bale Predator are going on his arms. That's the first major issue that we're up against. I mean, that's not really major. It's just going to take some conversion work to get all the hoses and hookups and stuff
Somebody
done.
likes us.
Fossil
Fossil
Parrot,
Parrot.
great name. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. We got that. We've got to then, what do we got to do? A cloak. Obviously, if he's a salamander and he's a centurion, then he's pretty high up the food chain, so we got to give him a cloak filled with scales.
Hey, somebody
Obviously.
likes us.
Hypnotic! Welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. So obviously we got to give him a cloak with scales. I'll go ahead and put some glue here since this one's starting to split too. We'll see if that can't kind of help save the day.
Yeah, noon Pacific, Shogoth.
Noon Pacific, 3 o'clock Eastern will be when I officially, would be paying attention to giveaways. I may start earlier than that. Depends on how I feel when I get up. It may be as early as 1 o'clock Eastern. Huh? Yeah.
11:45.
Like 11:45. Like 15 minutes earlier than I just said it would.
My page on Twitch is asking if Rome is built yet.
Yes. We have it all built. And Roman Barbies to go with it. I'm lying. It's a lie. The cake is a lie. Just to solidify this thing first, we're going to go ahead and do the drop-in piece before we start carving. Just because I'm afraid my corners are going to pop. See, the problem is when we're working with such little height, we don't have the benefit of the foam holding itself together as well. And as I start carving, I'm afraid these corners are going to pop. So by going in and gluing in our insert, that's going to help us quite a bit with holding all the sides together. Even if the corners pop at that point, we can just kind of file them. What am I looking for? I'm
There's
looking
a
for
heart
red.
right by your pencil.
Should be. What's that?
There's a heart by your pencil.
A heart? Where? This thing?
Yeah.
Or you seen it on stream? It's a very broken.
Well, now it doesn't look like it, but it did before.
Okay.
You didn't touch it.
This woman can see hearts in anything. It's awesome. All right, so now, because of the way we did this one, remember the other building that we did with our folds breaking to the outside? The inside was easy. It was the same measurement that we were looking for. Now it's not. Now we got 3 1/8 by 3 1/4. Should have been 3 1/4 by 3 1/4, but I don't know if I'm really going with that. We'll be 3 1/8. Maybe by 3 1/8. I think we're easier to just push it all together than anything. All right. 3 1/8. Welcome to anybody that's just joining us. We're having fun building terrain. 3 1/8. See? peasy. Take our cutter. Are we set right? We're not set right. We've done this so many times now. And don't worry, it's always like this when I'm by myself too. I'm like, God dang it, I didn't cut all the way through. Or the worst case is that you were set to full depth and you didn't want to, and then you throw stuff away. It's great. Right. Again, cheap housing, affordable housing for those in need is what we're doing tonight.
Housing.
Affordable housing for those in need, completely. Perfect. I like it. I like when a plan comes together. Let's just do. Best way to do this is just to put super glue on the inside and let the piece pick up on it as you push it in. I just draw a bead along all four edges. Go ahead and push it in. Want it down about 1/4 of an inch-ish. Ha 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 ha! I love the Mass Effect soundtrack, man. It's great background music. And whenever we're doing the tutorial stuff, it's like one of those that YouTube won't shit on us for, right? Yeah, Mathis, that's what we're gonna do. I don't know if it'll be a sculpt on the shoulder or on the back. I'll have to look at once the model is put together how we want it to go. But yeah, I plan on doing a cool lizard skull, whatever the salamander lizard thing that they hunt. Is it a salamander? That would be way too easy if that were the case. Alright, just to shore this up, I'm going to come in here because we were a little small on a couple of the corners. Tag it with a little bit of super glue here. Look like it needs much. What's up, Kenny? Like, look, we're building white square things. It's great, isn't it? Right now we're building a planter for our tree. And we have shown everybody already how to build an infinity building. So non-removable top, just a very simple, quick, but very, very sturdy building. With a paper hinge door. So the door works. Cool little thing, display, door frame. Door, showed them how to do like just plastic card strutting on the outside of the building. We did some really cool plastic card inset corners with cool wooden dowel topping. So all get painted up. And just some other ideas that they could do for other plastic card stuff here. And then we did a container. Cool infinity container showing how the way we did the doors using my texture pack and putting them on little chunks of wood. Right? You've got, here's another door. Another little door. Just putting it on balsa wood, right? So it's literally just inkjet printer paper, white glue onto balsa wood, and then we go through and with a Sharpie, we darken the edges. Easy peasy, super cheap. Glue it onto whatever you want. What else did we do? made a vent at the top of the building. Showed them how you can make simple shapes. You can make a freaking cylinder out of foam core board very simply. And again, using the same wooden toppers that you get at Hobby Lobby and paper textures, right? There you go. Paper texture, and you get a vent on the top of your roof that you can either use as blocking scatter terrain and put it together, or you could literally just, find a place for it to live and you can put it there, right? But I would maybe use it as like blocking scatter terrain and pick a corner. That way you can put it wherever you want to, right? So cool stuff there. Nice little panels that can go anywhere you want to on the building. Just gives it depth, so it's not just, if you show up at the shop and this is painted, right, and you paint it metallic, do weathering to it just like you would a regular model, put these panels on it, then it's not going to look like foam core terrain. People are going to be stoked. They're going to be like, where'd you get that fucking terrain? And all it is it's all just balsa wood and paper. But our container also can be used as scatter terrain. This is showing the exact same way that I'm building our planter, all one piece of foam core wrapped around with one top on it, just super glued in. And again, all just paper wrapped. So this one you don't even have to paint. Literally, if we were to go in with our Sharpie, right, and we could color in all of our foam around the edges here, and this bastard's done. Literally, that easy. Just take some time and color it in, get rid of some of the white edging on it, and you'd be finished. Super, super easy. And literally, they were getting mad at me because it was like foam core abuse. This thing's not going anywhere. You can't even, trying to squish it, you can't. It's pretty solid. So I would put this up against MDF terrain. It's super light. You'll be able to carry it around. The only issue is with the paper on this. The paper could get cut or marred or, fade or whatever. But literally, all you do with this is you glue more paper on. And you spray it with varnish, and you're done. Done deal, man. Super light. Build it and it stacks on your terrain. What do you want? How do you beat that? And it costs, between the two of these, this might be 75 cents.
That's the cost of the ink to print that.
Oh, and the cost of the ink to print the paper.
That's the most expensive part.
That would be, because it's like 25 bucks for an ink cartridge, but I haven't tested how many of these we can do. We're printing them at highest DPI so that you can get, good looking prints out of them. And they do look really good. It looks better than anything you're gonna paint real quick, So super easy terrain. I showed everybody our clock tower. If you haven't seen this is in process of painting right now, but same kind of deal that we're doing. I'm going to show the stone carving here in a second, but we did this with stone. And of course our brick house. Brick
house.
There you go. That's what a duo is all about. Because she's a brick house. Mighty, mighty. Let it all hang out. Because she's a brick. I wish we could hear them. Because that would really be a great chorus. Like everybody would bust out.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody else.
They're all probably at home.
They're all at home doing it anyway, right? What do you mean you're not made out of money? What do you got to be made out of money for?
Alright, I think I gotta go to bed.
Alright.
I'm out of here.
Say goodnight, Jen.
Good night, Jen.
Say goodnight, everybody.
Come see us tomorrow.
Yep, we'll be on all day tomorrow celebrating our 3,000 follower mark.
I will be in and out periodically.
Yeah.
But I will be here.
Because she doesn't have it in her. She can't do 18 hours of
I can't hang.
modeling.
I can't hang.
Alright, so let's get back in close on this, and I'm going to show you what we're going to do. Now, I do this without marking at all. Here, let's see if we can turn this off, and this might help us. Yep, that's probably going to help us. Alright, so if you have not, or don't feel comfortable with your scrawling skills, then I would suggest one of two things. You can come through, and obviously we just want to do stone, just natural stone. So we're just going to be drawing stone, right? So we can come in and just do something like this, right? Just randomize everything. like you were doing snake scales. Don't make them all round. Do some oblong, weird shapes, right? Lump some small ones in together and some big ones. If you can do stone, just draw it, whatever. Get crazy. Night, baby. Love you. Cool thing the way we did this one is that we can, you know, just continue our design all the way around. Now, I will share with you a secret that you can do if you have these tools. You can use the rollers from Green Stuff World to lay out your pattern for you and then etch them in. Now, I wish I would have shown you this before we bent it and glued it all together, but because we had our little tragedy with one of the sides breaking, that's going to make it a little rough. But let me get another piece of foam core. Let's just use this one. We have what has been so good to us so far as our little practice cutting thing. Let's do this. Let's take the paper off of this. I'll show you some extra texturing methods that you can use. See, the dull paper that you want to stay on the damn thing comes off like a champ. God, I hate this stuff. Why did I buy the dry erase stuff? Takes the builds to an extreme. Yeah, you definitely can. I mean, you can definitely get crazy. Alright, so this is a Green Stuff roller. Right? If you haven't seen these, I've showed them on stream. I do a lot of my base work with them. I do a lot of like epoxy clay stamp, or not stamps, but roll out epoxy clay into this, and then you can cut it up and use it for whatever. This is the cobblestone one, so it's kind of the pattern that we're looking for anyway. It's just got bigger gaps of grout style on it. All right. So you can take this and literally just push like you would on anything and roll it right along. Bingo. And there you go. Now it's not deep enough to just use this, because once you start putting paint on this, it's gonna come back out. This foam, when you don't compress it enough, will expand back out. So even though that looks good, right, you can use that as your guide for basically then coming in with your awl, right, and tracing around it even deeper, right? So I can come in like this and do it. Wow. Right? Just push down, not super hard because you don't want to go through and you don't want to crack it too much, but you'll get a feel for it, right? You'll start seeing the lines. You'll be happy with the depth. You can alternate the depth a little bit because it's not all going to be, you know, if it's real stonework, then it's not going to be all the same anyway. Right? Come through and trace that. If you feel like that's something you want to do, then these are great, right? They've got brick. They've got all sorts. So you can see how you get a much deeper texture just by tracing it. You do that across that entire thing, and boom, you got really awesome stone because their texture is amazing, right? So there's a good cheat for getting your layout if you don't feel like drawing it, if you don't feel like you're good enough at getting a random enough effect, you can do that. You can use any of theirs. One of the cool things is even if you wanted to, let's get another piece. Why don't we just take it off the back here? Yeah, it really is just that the dry erase side hates to come off. That's the problem. But I just can't tell you enough. Don't buy the dry erase freaking foam core. Get the cheap shit. I don't know why I wasn't paying attention. Alright, take the flat side off, because again, it loves to work with you This is the way all foam core works, with the matte side just comes right off. I've never had a problem with it. For some reason, the stuff that they use for the dry erase, they either glue it down harder or whatever. All right, so you can take that and check this out. Same thing, same company, different roller. Right? You can do sci-fi stuff with it too, right? Imagine that. You could do that for your Infinity or your 40K. Doesn't have to be old world cobblestone. That's the hex grid stuff, right? And just simply do the same thing. Come in on that and outline all the hex. Hex is a pain in the ass to do freehand, right? If you don't have guidelines, because they all have to be sort of straight, right? Just come in and press in all the hex like that. Bingo. Super simple. Foam core. Now you can make sidewalks, floors, busted up walls, right? You could come in here and imagine cutting this, right, along some of these, right? You could just come in and start chunking it up, and you could start making broken hexcrete walls, all sorts of stuff. So there's no end to what you can do with the foam core, and if you've got the right tools. And these aren't, I mean, like I said, I think for 6 of these it's $50, so they're not super cheap, right? But they're super powerful because I make a lot of my base sculpts with them as standard. And again, on foam core, you're not going to be able to press hard enough to get them to lay out forever, but you come back in and score it. It just gives you your tracing lines. It works like a champ. So just another cheat. And they've got tons. The set that I got's got these. They're like triple hex. You can see that pattern. So that's another high-tech pattern that you can use. So it's not just for old world stuff. If you don't play fantasy games, whatever. Here's brick. Here's a brick roller. You can see my clay in the recesses on that one. I didn't clean it very well last time. So it's got brick. They've got all sorts of stuff. So between the Green Stuff World, that's why I like the Green Stuff World rollers better than I like the Happy Seppuku stuff. The Happy Seppuku stamps won't do this as well, but they're great for making bases. All right, let's get back to this. We'll just keep drawing. Actually, I won't draw, because I'm just going to do the freehand. Yeah, Nathaniel, right? And I didn't know. I never thought about taking my my heat gun to any of this. Gonna look like crap if I go over that one, so we'll just do it freehand. Yeah, there you go. With that light, you can see what I'm doing. It just looks like crap when you go back over the black, so you guys won't really be able to tell what's going on, because the black starts getting crushed like that. You can't really tell where the line is, so I'll just do the freehand stuff. Just make sure that as you come in and add one, it has a tendency to push the foam in other areas, so you want to make sure you just go back and smooth around all of your stones. And again, this is just a scratch all that I'm using, right? This one's metal. Like I showed you, I've sharpened the ends of brushes before. This is just a paintbrush, like a tank brush. It's thick enough handle that you can just take the wood in and you can just sharpen that with a pencil sharpener. Does the same thing. So if you don't have an awl laying around from the shop, you can take a regular pencil with no lead in it and do it, you know? Same thing, they work exactly as well. anything as long as it's thick enough, right? You don't want something that's super narrow at the tip because it'll just cut the foam. So it has to be big enough to leave these indentions, these kind of grout areas, right? You can use the end of one of your needle files. You can do pretty much anything. As long as it's not too sharp, not too narrow. See? Just vary the size. It's complete chaos, right? The biggest people, the people that have the biggest problem with this are people that, you know, are like total OCD, right? Because they start making it way too uniform. And the problem with doing freehand stone is that it can't be uniform. I mean, it can be, you know, but that's not the look I'm going for. I want complete, you know, randomized tile looking stuff. That needs to be sharpened again. You'll get a feel for how the foam pulls. If you just try to do a circle in it, like if you start and go counterclockwise and try to go all the way around, you'll feel the foam pull at certain angles because it does have a, I guess it's a texture to it. Sorry, I moved my green screen again here. Right? So it has like a texture like skin almost. So it has fibrous direction to it, and that direction isn't always the same. So it's going to change as you're going through. So don't get, like, I pull about a half a circle and then I go back the other way and go opposite, right? So I go you'll notice me going counterclockwise and then clockwise, right? Counterclockwise for about half and then clockwise for about half. Because that just seems to be the way that it doesn't give you any resistance. The nice thing about this one is, like I said, we just go right around the corner, right? And we don't even have to worry about it. The texture is going to be perfect for us. And not have to worry about, you know, the wood corners or any of that stuff. So that's why this form of making it is neat. Although when we're doing it this small, like you saw, we ran into a little problem with it cracking, but nothing a little super glue won't fix. Bella girl, what's up? What's up? Hi, babe. Hi. Hi. I wish you'd sit in Mama's chair. You could take her place. You could take her place. Hi. There you go. Baby talking to dog. It's the only time you'll hear me baby talking. She always just looks at me like, you realize I've never said a single word to you and you keep talking to me. That's the way she looks at me all the time. The trick for that for OCD people is just place 3 random stones. Like just go in on the side and go like this. Like that. And now you just got to make it work. Yeah, Drunk Raccoon, so do we. So do we. Bella's great. She's the old bitch of the neighborhood, but she's great still. I love her to death. She wanders around looking like I'm crazy. Looking at me like I'm crazy, but other than that. We don't have beef. Her and I. That's starting to look a little bit like I got 3 in a row there that are very similar. So I gotta break that up. I'm gonna do a little one here. It's always good to take a step back and say, okay, well, it looks good. It's, oh gosh, there's 3 that look like they're the same. Can't have that. I'll just break it up with some small ones. And then one big one. I mean, it's not like anybody's really paying that much attention, but, you know, if you have too much uniformity, there's something about it. You just see it from a distance, right? You'll just notice it. You'll look and it'll look like brick. Round bricks or something, and you don't want that. Right? We want it to be hodgepodge stonework. Don't ask me how they got flat tops on it. We're not using logic here, folks. Not about reality. It's about sort of reality. It's unreality, right? Unreality is all we're doing here. Malifaux, for Christ's sakes. That's what we're making this terrain for. Although the good thing is even things like this planter could be used for 40k. There's nothing that says that you wouldn't have stone planters. I mean, these might be in like high-end areas in a hive or something like that where, you know, dukes and lords walk. Seems like that's where all the old crappy shit is in 40k. This was our corner that broke, so it's a little more jagged there than I want it because we had to redo that one. Oh god, look! These random stones! Why did you make me do this? They came out of nowhere! Messing up my whole steez. Fur babies.
Hey, somebody likes us.
Ariadil, welcome. Hope I didn't butcher your name. Thank you so much for the follow. What is this? You can also take a hobby knife and cut the outline of a brick and then punch it in with a blunt tool to make sunken bricks. You can also put holes all the way through in spots that you may have a gap. Oh yeah, definitely. As far as like creating variation and all this, definitely. You don't really even have to go like through that much effort with it. You can just go through and carve them out, right? If you've got bricks that you want like to not have them all flat out on the surface, you can literally just take in like, well, let's say here, let's say we had a, oh, there's our crack. Like, let's say if we just wanted to have a stone that was, you know, kind of pushed in here, right? Pick one of these out in the left, in the middle, like right here. So if you just want that stone to be pushed in, you just basically go through. Right? There you go. You probably want to take something that isn't your metal all, right? You can smooth that foam out some. And that'll give you a different texture because that'll be lower than the rest of them, right? So now it's down further than the other surfaces. So you can alternate as you go if you want. I'm just not taking that kind of time on these. I'm just getting the stone texture. But yeah, and with brick, same thing. Brick's actually easier because without the round surface, it's much easier to just knock down with the awl. With no regard to what's sitting around it. Sounds like you got it. I mean, this is easy stuff, right? It's just patience, right? These are the ones where you're like, why wouldn't I just make this? Or why wouldn't I just buy this when it takes so long? So if your time is super valuable to you, then this kind of stuff may not work as well as like the Infinity stuff did. Because you're going to spend a lot of time scraping all this stone in, right? Versus, you know, actually building and playing, right? Because it's going to take, well, probably double the time that it takes us to build, you know, this entire building, right? So we got probably an entire building and a crate, right? We probably did both of these in the same time that it'll take us to do this one piece because of all of the etching. And then when you get to painting it, you've got even more that you've got to find and do. But at the end of the day, you've got a very highly detailed piece that, even though it takes you longer to do, I mean, technically the painting isn't harder because you can dry brush this whole surface after priming it and be golden. I mean, you're just up and running. And one thing that we didn't do that I probably should have is shown you that you've got the opportunity to use black foam core, right? And it's black colored all the way through. Be careful, they make black that has a white foam interior, and they make black foam interior. The black foam interior is much better because obviously when you strip the paper off of this, right, you've already got a primed foam surface. Look at that, right? So now you can etch all of that with stone and brick and whatever, and literally you could just go and paint this, start dry brushing it, not even prime it. So if you want to do really quick, you do it out of black, and then you can literally just, if you wanted a stone finish, you could peel it all back and then just start dry brushing and be off to the races. We're already working in white, so I did this, right? But anyway. Yeah, for scatter walls and all that. Although I'll tell you what, it's hard to beat Hurst Arts. And I brought these out so that I could show you guys, you know, the other alternatives that you've got so you don't have to do everything. Because these, for 2 packs of 5, was $7. Right? So you get 5 of these walls, right, to give you an idea. And here's, you know, they make good blocking terrain, good, you know, level 1 cover kind of stuff. They're not super tall walls. They do make them in higher levels, but they build these in Hurst so that you can do 28, 15 millimeter. You can do whatever. They're never really out of place. You can use them with Flames of War. You can use them with whatever. But they come with, you know, 5 long, so you can build like little fences, you know, and whatever you want to do, right? So I use these for scatter walls. Easy. Foreground terrain makes really good. The MDF punch-out terrain for things like gates and fences and walls and stuff. They make really good stuff. Theirs are probably about $12 for walls. So again, then it starts like, well, why wouldn't I just do this, right? Because I can make a stone wall, super simple, if you can imagine this, on a base of masonite, right? You just take an 1/8" masonite base and cut it with, you know, a irregular shape, an oval shape, and then put this on there as a wall. You could double up your foam core so that it's thicker if you wanted, but I mean, technically this at 28 millimeter is still about it's over a foot thick, so it wouldn't be a bad wall. And again, it's pretty sturdy. I mean, this is going to have a tree on it, so it's not going to have to be super sturdy, but it's still pretty cool, right? Now let's go in and do some of the balsa wood on it real quick, and then we'll call it a day. How about that? This is the super simple stuff. And I happen to have some that looks like it's about right. I was trying to do my hour and minute hands out of balsa wood. That did not work. Unfortunately, it did not work. They break too easy. All right, so let's go. Just cut a bunch of strips of this, and we'll make it work. Is it solid enough to bother casting after you've made something that looks cool and then cast it again? I've never tried going and making a mold off of the foam, if that's what you're asking. I don't see why you couldn't, as long as whatever the mold is, like the silicone mold stuff, wouldn't. I don't know if it is heat. If it generates heat, it'll warp all this detail. But I don't know. I haven't really thought about that. I know that with the hard foam stuff, you can definitely make molds of it. I don't see why not. It'd be worth a try. Yeah, eye paint. See, the problem with sealing it with anything that would protect against the material, I don't know. I just have to talk to somebody and see. I would be afraid that we'd lose a lot of our detail. Maybe if you're going to do that, you just have to exaggerate your detail a little bit more and push it in a little bit more than what we're doing. You know, that might be the case and work better that way. Alright, so I've just got some balsa. It's just sheet balsa wood, really, really cheap stuff. You know, you buy it in the big pack. Cuts like a dream. Right? So we're just going to make some wood tops for this. Again, I'm just eyeballing it. I'm not real concerned with everything being exact on this stuff. I just need 4 pieces. Then we're going to go in and angle cut the corners so they fit together. Pretty nice. Alright, that easy. Stealing a bunch of rocks from the playground. Yeah, you could probably do that, Kenny. You could probably do, at least I would just do the PVA and the water on the foam itself. That would seal it up pretty good. Since you're not going to paint it if you're going to make the mold, that would probably work pretty well. Like I said, as long as the mold agent doesn't require you to... I'm going to get this thing out. I'm going to get this thing out. We're going to cut some 45s in this stuff. My miter box, dude. You could probably get away with just about anything to seal it against that as long as the mold doesn't generate heat as it cures. If it generates heat as it cures, I think it would warp the foam no matter what, but I don't make enough molds. The silicone mold I don't think does, so probably get away with it. Okay, we're just cutting 45-degree angles on all this stuff so that it'll go together at the corners the way we want. Okay, so I cut one end on each piece so I can start placing them up here. That one that way, that way. Like so. What I get from this is a place to mark right there and right there where I need to cut these. And these did this right. That and like that. Again, I'm not being super critical with my measurements because if it looks a little janky, that's actually okay. I want my Malifaux town to be a little less than stellar. A little beat up. A little beat up. That was going the wrong way. Not the wrong way, but just for my cut here. If you've never used a miter box, I would suggest you get used to it. You've never made picture frames and all that good stuff before. Lots and lots of fun lots and lots of opportunities to make every mistake in the book with measuring and geometry. Great. It's great. Every chance to make every geometric error ever. Alright, so doesn't really matter how these go together, I don't think. Maybe. Alright, breaking out super glue. Super glue! Wooden tops incoming. That's wrong. And this one? Question mark? Hashtag hold my breath. Hashtag close enough for government work. Drag that amazing super glue shit right across the top. Don't be afraid to use a lot of super glue on this stuff. Just words of wisdom. Right? I want to stay. Just stay there. Bingo! Look at that. Like we meant to do it. Now we've got a planter with a little bit of a wooden bench seat on it, right? Right at about the height we want it for Malifaux. A little big, right? It's not really a bench seat, but it's not so tall that it's unrealistic, you know.
Hey, somebody likes us.
Livestream Killer, great name, welcome. All right, then we take our wonderful tree. Now you get a feel for what we were going for. And again, the planter's big, and the goal was that this creates a situation where the circumference of the actual planter is greater than the circumference of the tree. See? So that when we store this, it's not banging up. Like if I set something here, it's not going to be banging into the tree. Same thing. The base kind of protects the tree at that point. Because these trees are, I mean, I don't want to say they're hokey. They're great things. But they really have just layered a bunch of glue on here and hope that the stuff sticks. So you're constantly having to re-glue all this crap. It's falling off like that. It's already fallen off. So some are better than others. These Woodland Scenics, you know, like premier ones are not bad. But look, I mean, they're going to shed and fall apart for the rest of their lives. So again, you can spray seal these and hope that they get better, but no matter what trees you use, it's better to protect it, and so this will help it. And then we'll do terrain in here, and I can do grass sprigs and flowers and things like that in it to make it look a little better. But with these kits come with 3 trees, and I make 3 of these planters, and that's a lot of terrain. I mean, that's a lot of blocking terrain on a Malifaux table because Malifaux is only 3x3. So you can imagine with 3 of these planters, right? My clock tower, right? And a couple of buildings. I'm going to make a 2-story building to go with my little 1-story hut that we've done here, right? So now you've got like a whole table's worth of terrain for Malifaux, and you've barely used 1 sheet of foam core board, right? And you've got a lot of different styles you can do. We did brick, right? Removable roof, so you can have interiors. I'll put bases on all of these that are, you know, have terrain on them at least, like with the Masonite, the 1/8-inch Masonite whenever I'm done. and do terrain with just like dirt on them so that they can be moved around, and gives them a little bit of extra sturdiness. Although, as you can see, this one's a little less because it has a door frame in it, so you can see it's a little bit more flexible. So you definitely want a bottom on that. Again, the roof is the only thing that we really didn't go over making, and it's literally, here, I'll do it real quick. I'll show you for those of you that are still hanging out and interested. I showed you the cereal box. The roof is just made from cereal box, right? So we will take and cut the length of this cardboard, however long your roof is. I think we have finally dulled this blade tonight. I mean, it's literally cereal box. Right? But you just come in, and once you've got it, just super simple. And you can make any kind of roof tile you want other than Spanish tile from them. And if you were crazy, you could probably do Spanish tiles out of it too if you wanted to curve them and soak them in water and glue. You can probably do anything you want. So I just come in and notch all these where you want your tiles to be. Put the ends you want. Then when you're done, just come in and about, give yourself a distance from the top so it's not super flimsy, right? Maybe leave yourself a 1/4 of an inch like that. Just make a straight cut. And that's literally how that whole house is done, right? So now you've got tiles that you can, with just a little bit, after you've got them glued on, you can just reach in, and what I do is with my scratch awl, come in here and lift them up like this. Now you've got a tile that's lifted. So you can just randomly come through and, lift certain tiles on the roof, right? And then you just overlap them. Now when you do the next one, right? The key towards doing this the right way, or the interesting way, I should say, is that when you do the next one, right, they're going to line up, right, and one's going to cover an overlap like this, and you just want to make sure that you do this. You offset, just like you would with brick, right? So that your tiles are like that. Right now I've got tiles that are offset just like they would with brick. So you can go in here and just mark where the center is of each of the tiles below. And that's where you make your cuts. And it's that easy. And now you got tile roof. And if you want to go nuts, you could cut each of these individually and place them out, make them square, make them overlap left to right, front to top, whatever. It doesn't matter. You can get as nuts as you want to get, like we talked about. Yeah, definitely I paint. Yeah, you can use anything. They've got scrapbooking paper nowadays that's crazy. Raging Hillbilly, great name, welcome. They've got textured paper. They've got thick stock textured paper that has kind of a oatmeal texture to it that you can use that looks like kind of muddy stuff. You could use that as tiles. Hell, you could glue that on the side of your house and it could look like plaster. There's all sorts of stuff you can do. As we've seen, as we did with this, you can print out and get, this infinity crate is really just foam core board with paper glued on it. The paper has all, so you don't even have to paint it. Fuck it, whatever. Bang. Done. This took 5 minutes, 10 minutes to make. 15 minutes tops. And the worst case scenario is like this, like the paper starts pulling off, so you got to add some glue to it, or put some tape on it, for crying out loud. Right? Really simple way to get scatter terrain if you just want to have something fun that's, neat. I mean, hell, Infinity in particular is a game that is fairly cheap, it seems, to get into until you have to buy some terrain. Infinity's like maybe $150 to buy the miniatures to start playing, and like $300 fucking dollars to buy enough terrain to put on a table because they want so much terrain on the table. So before you get in and spend, I'm not saying not to, right? Warsenal, Foreground, all the companies that make MDF terrain or plastic terrain for Infinity are fantastic. The buildings are amazing. I would die to have multiple tables of them. But before you go spending $300 or even $200 on terrain, build some out of foam core. It takes $20. So for $20, you can build an entire table of Infinity terrain just to see if you like the game enough to actually invest $300 in the terrain. You know, I have people that do that. But it's also a way you can make everlasting terrain. I mean, look at this. This stuff I'm telling you is I'm squeezing the shit out of it, and look, it's barely deforming, right? It's tough because I made it out of one piece, right? I didn't make it out of 4 pieces. That would give it a little bit more flex in the corners, although once you super glue it together, it basically makes it plastic. So it's even tougher. But, I mean, there's no reason why this can't last you forever. The paper will wear because it's just inkjet. You know, if you wanted to go and get, you know, a better print from maybe a print store, then you could, and maybe it would last longer. Like I said, you can get the spray sealer for the art spray sealer to varnish this with. That'll help it last longer. But it's always going to run the risk of tearing and coming off from the glue and things like that. But you can literally just strip it off and put new ones on there, print it out again. And you've always got your terrain. So this crate could be, you get tired of this look, you want to change your whole table to blues, open up Photoshop, put a blue film over this, and reprint it. And now you've got, you know, the same terrain, but now it has a blue tinge to it. So you can constantly be updating this with no risk to having to repaint. You don't have to take any time other than to reprint and to glue paper down and, well, to cut the paper out with scissors and a knife or something. So it can save you a ton of time, and you still get some cool terrain. And, you know, once you get this all fixed up, nobody's going to make fun of you for having it, right? You saw our building, right? Making an Infinity building like this, you know, or any kind. This could be Warhammer 40K. It's just a little bunker building, you know, with some plastic card that we put on it, you know, an actual door that works, right, with our paper hinge trick, right? So that paper hinge will last forever. That's not going anywhere. That's better than the Infinity doors on the terrain where you take it off and lose it. And we put the ledge on here. It's 3/16, so it's a little bit thicker than the regular Infinity stuff. So their ladders are going to have a little bit of a hard time working because this is 5 millimeters, and their stuff is 2.5 to 3. So if you wanted to make the ladders, you'd have to maybe cut out little spots here that you could hang the ladders on for Infinity. But you can make your own ladders too. There's nothing that prevents you from making ladders out of balsa wood. I mean, literally, take these sticks that I showed you, right? Take these, right? Take the larger balsa ones that we've got. Where'd they go? Take these. Okay, so here's balsa, about a 1/4 inch piece, right? Make 2 strips of 1/4 inch that have these as the rungs in the middle, right? You can see that. These come pre-cut, little bitty 1/8 inch squares, and make a ladder. I mean, come on, it's super easy. Hell, make it out of plastic card. You know, make your own ladders. But anyway, I plan to make a whole table of this stuff for our Infinity and, as you can see, for our Malifaux stuff. And we'll have it here on top of a playmat. And when we're done and it's all painted up and it's on the table, I would dare anybody to say any different, but it's going to be bitching. It's going to be like, wow, that's a cool table of terrain. Where'd you get it? Dwarven Forge, yeah, right. Yeah, the Hearth Arts Gothic stuff is awesome. All right, Joe, take it easy, man. Thanks so much. You're a hypocrite for homemade terrain, though. I like it. I mean, you know what? There's nothing more satisfying than making your own stuff, right? I mean, this is awesome, right? We got cool stuff. You could, like I said, you could change out the doors. You can make it however you want, right? You got the balsa wood doors. I mean, you can't change this one out, but you could take and print out, you know, this printout and just slap it over the one if you wanted to change the look of the building. And I mean, that changes the look of the building entirely just by going with out the rusty door and going with the, you know, the steel door, the steel blast door, right? It's just too easy, right? You can take 2 doors side to side and you can have, you know, a double door opening. You can do whatever you want. You can not do the doors at all and just have, you know, cutouts like we did on the Malifaux stuff. Again, you can do tops that lift off. It's super easy. You just have to make another deal just like this that fits on the outside with another. You wouldn't have used this top, you know, you would cut a top that's exactly the size of the building and then just put 4 pieces around it so it sits down, or 3 pieces. You know, with Infinity you could just cut a couple of pieces with angled edges. So, you know, if we have a lot of people that want, we can spend time, you know, once a month doing more terrain. We can come up with other cool ideas. I'm going to build a 2-story Malifaux house that's going to have balconies and all sorts of stuff. And I mean, this was just meant to be a teaching house, but I mean, I'm going to use this, right? So I'm going to go in and finish it up. I'll probably do this on the other side. I've ordered my plastic rod. I'll do some rivets on it, and we'll come back and revisit it, you know, once I get it all painted up, and you guys will be blown away. You know, because once I airbrush this all up and I get more detailing on it, like I said, you know, we've got our cylinder vent that we made. You know, again, foam core, guys, right? You can make a foam core cylinder. You can make any basic shape you want. It's too easy. All these other vents that we've got, panels that we've got, super cool stuff that we can throw up here on the sides of the building. More doors. Whatever that panel is, I don't even know what that is. You know, we've got all these cool things that I made that took nothing, no money at all. Little panel. Right, because like I said, I think we got 5 million of these wood deals for $4. $1.99 for the circles and $1.99 for the rectangle. So all of these panels can be put on this building to give it dimension. And then you don't want to do that until you paint it, obviously. We went a little bit ahead and put the door on there so I could show you guys how to make a paper hinge. But in the long run, and it's easy because I can just open the door and mask that off and not paint it. So that's easy. This panel we just stuck on here for the time being with poster tack, right? Because I'm going to have to come in and paint all this stuff. It's just too easy. You know, if you want to have some fun with a hobby, but you don't want to blow a lot of money and you want to make some cool stuff, I found that making terrain is a great way to refresh your hobby enthusiasm. If you're really sick of painting the armies that you've been painting, if you're stuck on something, if your paycheck hadn't come in and you can't buy the new stuff you want, you've always got 20 bucks laying around. Go buy some. I mean, hell, you don't even need 20 bucks. Technically, you need some white glue, some Elmer's glue, and a freaking set of foam core and super glue, which you've already got super glue if you're in the hobby. So you probably got most of the tools you already need. Go buy yourself some foam core and maybe a little bit of plastic art if you're making high-tech stuff, and go for it. I mean, it just doesn't get any easier. And because it takes some brain power to make the building that you want, and you draw it, and you have this vision, and then you put it together, and, you know, you could do, if you wanted to on something like this, you could come in and, you know, you could make side skirts on the building that were angled out. You know, you could do like a balcony up off the top if you wanted to. You know, you can make a second tower with a sniper perch on it. You know, you can do anything you want, man. And it's your world. And the greatest thing is you can just look on the internet and go browse. If you are trying to make infinity terrain, just Google foo infinity terrain and look at all the shit that's available and make it yourself. That's one of the things. I take pride in looking at something that costs 68 bucks online and saying, I can make that. Because you can make windows. They sell clear acrylic, right? That's, you know, millimeter thick clear acrylic. You can cut it out and make windows if you want. You can etch that stuff with a knife and make it look like it's cracked, drill holes in it for bullet holes. You can do all sorts of crazy shit. I mean, this is what this is what excites the guys that have been doing model trains and model military scale modeling forever, is that there's just no end to what you can create with a little bit of imagination and some real simple tools and products. You know, I mean, our little planter box, once I put the dirt and everything in here, you know, and dry brush and put some static grass in here and then dump that tree on there, you know, or maybe I have some smaller trees, maybe I'll put 2 trees in here. You know, this planter is going to be great, you know. So I hope that tonight helped you guys kind of understand a new way, if you haven't made terrain before, or if you have, to get you inspired to maybe create some new stuff, do some new things with just simple printout parts. You know, maybe things you didn't know, making cylinders, doing all sorts of crazy crap. But hopefully it inspired you to get your act together and make some terrain. Stop playing on boring tables, right? Reinvigorate your hobby by jumping it up and you know, putting some cool, unique, creative things on the table that your buddies are like, where the hell did you get that? You say, out of the neighbor's trash. It's amazing what you can do with junk that other people throw away for this hobby. Right? Nice, Nathaniel. Old computers, plumbing pipes. Yeah, sure, I paint. Nice. Where in Arizona? Were you at an Imperial Outpost? Yeah, $150 from Dollar Round. Yeah, that's right. Foam core at like the dollar store is super cheap. Yeah, if you go to construction sites, you can get the insulation foam, the pink stuff and the blue stuff, and their throwaway scraps, and that you can make terrain for like tabletop boards. I don't use it a lot in like building stuff unless it's like stone buildings because it makes neat stuff, so maybe we'll do a tutorial on that someday. But by and large, you can find that at construction sites, and it's awesome. Imperial Outpost I paint? Yeah, that's a little bit of ways away from me, but I'm out in Gilbert, so. But yeah, you can take, one of the things that I meant to do when I was at the hardware store was get a electrical box, and I didn't, and I don't have any. But just as a thought, you can get what's called an old work electrical box. And by old work, it means that it's for retrofit. So you can cut a hole in your wall and put this box in if you wanted to put a new light switch in a room that already existed. Look for old work plastic switch boxes. And they make double gang, triple gang. I don't know if they make quad gang anymore, but triple gang is pretty big. It's a box that's probably 7 inches wide, 7.5 inches wide by, you know, probably 4 inches thick. So 7 inches long by 4. And they're these weird kind of, you know, half of an octagon shape. And you just turn them over to where the switch box part is on the other, and the other side has got all these cool ridges and stuff, and you can fill it up and put antennas on it, and it looks like, you know, hive-style bunkers and things. So, and those are $2 a piece, and they're plastic, hard plastic, and they sit on the table. You spray paint it with some spray paint and dry brush it to make it look metal, and you got terrain instantly, you know. So you can create just about anything. Yeah, Death. If you're using the insulation foam, the pink and blue stuff, definitely a hot wire cutter is recommended. If you're doing 1/2 inch only, then you can get away with just a carpet knife, you know, a regular style razor knife. Not an X-Acto, but a bigger one. But if you're working with like 1 inch, 2 inch, things like that that are for, you know, building mountains and stuff, you're going to want a hot wire. And yeah, be careful because the fumes are pretty gross. They're probably not good for you. Nice, I paint. Terrain out of sprue. Yeah, exactly, Drip. There's so much we could have talked about. I mean, we've been doing this, we're up to, Jesus, nearly 5 hours we've been sitting here with you guys talking about terrain, and we haven't even scratched the surface. I mean, we've literally built one solid side house with some plastic card, and we etched some stones in a planter, you know, and did a little balsa work, right? You can see how much better the balsa looks if you take the time to cut the 45-degree angles than I did on my clock tower, where I just did them butted up, right? I just did them square butted edges. The butted joints are not bad, right? But it's a lot better like this. So I'm going to do all the planters with the 45s. But this was just a beat up old clock tower. I wanted it to look a little bit messier. When I get this one done, it's going to look pretty cool. Because this one's going to have resin water in here. I've got some gargoyle heads on order that are going to go on the sides that are going to be spitting water out. So, and again, I'll have $2 in this, maybe. The gargoyle heads will be the most expensive thing. I think they're $5 for 2. So the whole thing will be $7, you know, once I take the gargoyle head. If I don't use the gargoyle heads, they weren't in stock. So if I can't wind up getting a use for them, then I'm just going to put some plastic card up in there as little spigots with water coming out. And then it'll be literally, if this was $2, I'd be surprised. And I mean, this is a good looking piece of terrain. It's already good looking and it's not even halfway done, right? So, again, it's just a matter of, I mean, I sunk the clock face in so it's not flush. So it's got a lot of details. You can just, by doing simple things. And when I go and I paint the numbers on the clock face, just really simple stuff you can do. Super stoked. So anyway, I got to get to bed because I got to wake up and do this all again tomorrow. If you haven't been paying attention, we are doing an all-day stream tomorrow starting at about noon my time Pacific, so that's 3 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central, or 8 p.m. In England, 9, 10 throughout the rest of Europe. I may start a little bit earlier in the day, but I think I'm shooting for noon my time just to give me a little bit of a break before I dig right back into streaming. But we're going to go as long as it takes to get this Centurion done. I've got this. I've got all my bits ready. So it's a Centurion in a bag and some heavy flamers from a Bale Predator Sponson set. So we're going to build him up as a Salamander Centurion.